Good morning and welcome everyone to this Planning Committee. I'm Councillor Susie Horton and I am Chair of the Planning Committee. Apologies for the delayed start for anyone watching online. We were needing to find a piece of tech for someone and that is on its way, but they've assured me that it's fine to start off with the other introductory bits of the meeting. So just to start off on housekeeping and safety information, if the continuous fire alarm sounds, please evacuate the room and public gallery by the stairwells, don't use the lifts and assemble by Queen Victoria's statue in Guildhall Square. And if you did sign in on your way in with the Guildhall, please sign out when you leave the building. Limited public seating has been made available and is being used today. However, this meeting is also being webcast to allow the public to watch remotely if they wish, and welcome to anyone watching. Everyone speaking via a microphone will be on camera except those on my right-hand side. The upper public seating area is not in view of the cameras used to webcast this meeting. Members of the press and public are permitted to record the meeting on the understanding that it neither disrupts the meeting nor records those stating explicitly that they do not wish to be recorded. And just a reminder that anyone using the microphones, please remember to switch them off when they've finished. And if you haven't used them before here, it's press it once and let go of it. You don't have to hold on to it to speak. In fact, that will stop you being heard. So just press it once and then again when you finish speaking. A little bit before we start, for those who are new to Planning Committee, on voting. When voting, please can members keep their hands raised clearly until the number of votes has been stated. Okay, now we're going to do some introductions. So, what we normally do here is that anybody who is going to speak during the meeting or is on the committee needs to introduce themselves. I know sometimes people come and sit in chairs just to be moral support or just of interest, so you don't need to introduce yourself. So it's those on the committee and those doing deputations. Right, I will start this time with actually the committee. So as I said, I'm Councillor Susie Horton. So we are at the beginning of a new municipal year, so we have some people from the committee who've left, some people who've arrived, and indeed some new councillors. So welcome to the Planning Committee, and we will do our best to support everyone in the purpose of the meeting, which is around planning material matters. Okay, so I'll start here with someone who's definitely been on the committee for a while.
Councillor Hugh Mason.
Councillor Mary Vallely for Cushman Wimmering and Vice Chair of Planning.
Good morning, Chair. Councillor Joe Standham, Paulsgrove Ward.
Good morning, Chair. Councillor Matthew Cordy, Member for Hilsey.
Good morning, Chair. Councillor Carl Inman for Copney and Anchorage Park.
Yes, good morning. Councillor Denise Perry for St Jude's Ward.
Councillor Peter Candlish for Eastern Craneswater Ward, but not on the Planning Committee, but deputising today for Councillor Vernon Jackson, who can't make the meeting.
Lee, can you introduce yourself?
Thank you, Chair. I'm Councillor Lee Hunt, just in abeyance at the moment, waiting for some technology. And I'm on the Planning Committee, as you say, and I'm a councillor for Nelson Ward, which is Stamshaw, Tipner, North End and Buckland. Thank you.
So welcome to the committee. I haven't forgotten anyone else. So if I then start on the back row and go along, anyone who is doing a deputation, if you could introduce yourself and say which item you are doing a deputation for.
Hi, I'm Jay Legg, doing a deputation on 7 Alexandra Road.
Welcome.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Carrie-Anne Wells and I'm doing deputation for 12 Seagrove Road and 7 Alexandra Road.
Welcome.
Good morning. I'm Nick Rowe from Row Lane Homes, doing a deputation on 12 Seagrove Road.
Welcome. Anyone else on the back row?
Good morning. I'm Sarah Roberts, speaking as agent for 25 Marmion Road.
Welcome. We'll go to this back row over here. can you press your microphone, please? Thank you.
I shouldn't have forgotten, should I? Linda Symes, I'm speaking on the Osborne Road development.
Nigel Bussingham speaking on the Osborne Road development.
Oh. Hilary Nicklin speaking on the Osborne Road development.
If I come into the next row in, so I'll go over to Andrew, because you're speaking, doing a deputation, aren't you?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, Andrew Melbourne, Principal Architect, Portsmouth City Council, speaking on deputising about the Amiga Centre project.
And Alison Critchley from PCC's Education Department, also here for the Omega Centre item.
Welcome.
Charles Wagner, Heritage Consultant, speaking on behalf of the Osborne Road development.
Welcome.
Matthew Williams, speaking on the Osborne Road development.
Welcome.
Good morning, Chair. I'm Richard Adair. I'm a councillor for Nelson Ward. I'm making a deputation on the Seagrove Road application.
Welcome. And probably worth saying at this point is that Councillor Perry is going to step out for the first item, yes, to do a deputation. So you'll be two hats in different parts of the meeting. Okay. So last but not least, I'll go to the council officers. So we'll start with David.
Morning, Chair. David Hodges, Head of Development Management.
Morning, everyone. Simon Turner. I'm a team leader in the Planning Department.
Good morning, Chair. Ian Maguire. I'm Portsmouth's Chief Planner.
Alison Harper, Local Democracy Officer.
Good morning, everyone. My name's Juliette Gill. I'm the Principal Planning Solicitor.
Okay. Welcome everyone to the meeting. Is there anybody who's going to be speaking during this meeting who feels that I have missed them out in the introductions? No, that's great. Okay, so just a bit of clarification of the proceedings. Again, for people maybe not familiar with it. Each agenda item will be presented in the following order. First of all, the officer's planning application presentation will be made. Then there will be any deputations, and that will be in a specific order of objections, and then agents and supporters, and any councillors doing a deputation will be at the end. The timings of those are dependent on the number of people. So as we have quite a few people speaking on one of the items, their 6 minutes will be divided between them, but we will help you with the timing. The next, what will happen is it will go back to the chair, and the chair will be asking the committee if there are any questions or clarifications about what they've just heard, and then officers will be able to respond. So I just want to make it clear that that is not a dialogue. So once it's like a one-way street. Once you've said your bit, that's the end of that. So we don't have a dialogue going backwards and forwards. And then the committee will make comments and recommendations, and then we will vote. Okay. Apologies for absence. Councillor Candlish has already said that Councillor Vernon Jackson has sent his apologies, and so Councillor Candlish is deputising for him. Are there any other apologies? No. Okay, declarations of interest. Councillor Mason.
Two declarations, neither which I think are material. The first is on the Osborne Road development. When this first appeared, this development, in 2008, planning application 0801941/full, I was rather vociferous in my views on that application. I don't think it affects my judgment at this time on a second, the third or fourth application on this particular site, but I think it is worth noting. The second one is on 25 Marmion Road. The husband of the applicant called at my weekly surgery and asked quite a number of questions of me, I responded that I could show him, I could speak to him about process, but not about substance. And so I spoke to him about the process of making deputations at this meeting and anything that he might do supplementary to that, but nothing of substance. I think they're both clear.
Thank you.
That's
Councillor
just a voluntary declaration, so no declarations of interest.
Okay. Anyone else? Councillor Vallely.
Number 8, this is in regard to Lawrence Road, and Charlotte is...
Number 9.
Number 9, sorry. Charlotte's a colleague, but it's non-presidential. We're not best buds.
Okay. So you'll be staying on, so that's just a voluntary declaration as well. Okay. Anyone else? Councillor Perry.
Yeah, I think you've covered it, but just for the record, so I will remove myself from item number 3 because I'm a resident of Osborne Road and I've also previously made comment, and I'm going to provide a deputation on behalf of the ward.
Thank you. I also have 2 declarations of interest for items on this agenda, and actually will be stepping out of the chair for them, which I'll explain a bit more in a minute. The first is regarding item 4. I have a very close friend who is working on behalf of the applicant, and therefore have been advised that it's a personal and prejudicial interest. And also on item 8, which is the Omega Centre, is some of you will know that I used to be the Cabinet Member for Children, Families and Education, and also I was a trustee on the Elementary Education Trust, which owns the building. And whilst, I considered about whether I could, whether it prejudiced me, but I think there could be a risk of an appearance of bias and predetermination, so I'm going to remove myself from the chair and the meeting for that one. Okay.
You are able to make deputations if you wish.
Okay, thank you. I think, is there anyone else who has... okay, no more declaration of members' interest. Okay, so the next item, which is the one I often forget, which is the minutes of the previous meeting. I'm aware that some of the committee weren't here, but for those of us who were, I've had a chance to read them. Are we agreed that they are accurate? I am. Okay, thank you very much. So, rather unusually, I'm now going to step down and hand over to the Vice Chair of this committee, and because of the fact that I am stepping out of the chair for 2, I'm hoping it's okay with the committee to reorder this slightly so that they become consecutive. So the order would go number 4, stay at number 4, and then we would do 8, and then 5, 6, 7, and 9. The remaining order. It seems sensible rather than us swapping over several times during the meeting. Are the committee happy with that reordering? Thank you. That's sensible. In which case, we'll probably have a minute while we swap places, and I ask Councillor Vallely to come and sit.
Actually, if you don't mind, I'm just going to sit and watch the presentation from here because it's nice and big. Is that okay?
Oh, because of the size of it. Okay, that's fine by me. I shall just, yeah. All right then. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Agenda item number 4. This is an application for development on land to the southeast of the Queen's Hotel in Southsea, including 12 to 24 Osborne Road. This is an application for the demolition of number 12 Osborne Road and the vacant former casino building at 18 to 24. and the construction of two buildings. A residential building fronting Osborne Road with commercial use Class E at ground floor, that is the residence building, and B, a residential building called the Pavilion, fronting Clarence Parade, including associated landscaping, car parking, cycle storage, refuse storage, new access from Clarence Parade, and associated works. The application has come to the Planning Committee today because of the recommendation to refuse and due to the numbers of objections, and has been called in principally by Councillor Pitt. We have a long presentation, as it's a complicated scheme with important matters, and we have the Supplementary Matters Report, or called the SMAT as well, which I shall take you through in due course. And as we've heard, we have public speaking from 4 local residents, from the applicant's team, and from Councillor Perry. So just to locate the committee, in case you don't know that the site, the Queen's Hotel, is a highly prominent and attractive building that is listed on the seafront, so facing north onto Osborne Road and south onto Clarence Parade, across the South Sea Common and across the Solent to the Isle of Wight. That is the site in blue is owned by the applicant, but the application site is in red and consists of the different buildings proposed for demolition on the frontage. So number 12 is the building immediately adjacent to the hotel. And then 18 to 24 is the building of the former casino, which fronts Osborne Road and turns the corner into Clifton Road. To the south of the site, the land is cleared, has been for many years. You can see from the aerial photograph, cleared scrub, essentially. Looking at the sites and surrounds, we are situated in the conservation area, Owens Conservation Area, with the seafront conservation area to the immediate south. The common is a listed, registered historic park and garden. The hotel, as I said, is Grade 2 listed, as is Clifton Terrace. You'll see some photographs in due course. We're at the western end of Southsea Town Centre and the western end of Osborne Road, where the commercial uses tend to end approximately near the site, and more residential uses just opposite the site to the north, with a combination of flats, etc., and more commercial uses to the immediate east, with some upper floor flats. Clifton Road, we'll go down in a moment, is narrow, as you can see, and has houses fronting it on its eastern side, houses and dwellings, before you come to Clifton Terrace housing, and Home Heights, which was approved in the mid-80s and is a tall building, prominent building there on the seafront. Just give you a very brief overview of the application before I take you through the site and surrounds. So the 2 principal buildings proposed, or the 2 buildings, are the residence building, which is this large L-shaped building. The darker grey shading is the top floor, which is heavily recessed. So the actual footprint of the building is in the lighter grey. So it's a sort of thick L shape there, fronting onto Osborne Road and turning the corner to Clifton Road. You can note the landscaping on its frontage. That is proposed along Clifton Road. I can show you that a bit more later. The proposed pavilion, this is 5 to 7 stories, 5 principal stories and then 2 recessed roof stories. The pavilion building, sited between Home Heights and the hotel, detached building, as you can see, would be 5/6 stories tall. Vehicular access to the site would be using the existing access on Clifton Road between Home Heights and opening out onto surface car parking, extending down to the west of Home Heights and linking up with the hotel parking, surface parking on Clarence Parade. And the planning application includes a new vehicular access off Clarence Parade. There will be 61 parking spaces for 78 flats. Just to make clear, the original proposals were recently amended by the removal of 11 flats from the top story of the residence building. Well, not the top story, but the principal story at the top, taking that down to the current 7 stories. And many of you we will have received letters asking you for any further comments you wish to make, and I'll take you through some of those comments received. So I'll take you through the site and the surrounds now to familiarise yourself. So this is looking west along Osborne Road. So there is the Queen's Hotel with the common beyond. This is the former Grosvenor Cathedral Casino, sitting on the corner with Clifton Road, turning off left here to the south. You can see the context of mostly 3.5-storey, 2-storey, 3-storey buildings in the area. The more generously heighted 3-storey, 3 to 4-storey former casino building. The gap site between the former casino and the listed hotel. There is a closer image of the northern elevation of the casino, which is not in the best state, as you can now see. That is proposed for demolition and replacement with the residence building. Now, if we turn into Clifton Road on the left here, as you can see, it's narrow, essentially one way, or only a single track, I should say. The building is set on the back of footpath. This is Clifton Road looking north to Osborne Road. So now we have the former casino building on the left-hand side, the western side, and opposite flats and houses facing opposite the narrow road. While on this slide, the proposal for the residence building is to step back by a further 3.5 metres away from the current building line and to insert some landscaping at that location up and down the road. That's the existing access into the site from Clifton Road that will be maintained for the development. We've retreated further south, but still looking north up Clifton Road. So there is Home Heights on the left-hand side. Here is the listed Clifton Terrace on the right-hand side, and the former casino that will be replaced by the proposed residence building. Moving back onto Osborne Road, there's the Queen's Hotel. This is a later addition. This would be as number 12 that would be demolished, and part of the site that would be replaced for the residence building. There's the northern elevation of the listed Queen's Hotel, and so the application site is just beyond, with number 12 demolished and the former casino. Moving around onto the western end of the wider site, there's the west and south elevations of the hotel. There's the west elevation of Home Heights, and there is the rear of the casino building, which would be removed. So the residence building would be its north-south wing would be inserted there, and the pavilion building would be constructed there. In terms of the access, note how as you proceed along here, if you're driving, you come through behind the viewer, you come through the sort of the bend in the road and the turning into Osborne Road. I think there's a pedestrian crossing, and you come along, and the road starts to widen out where the car parking is as one gets onto the parade proper. And the access would be beyond that. I'll show you more in a moment. Here's the view from approximately the south. So this is the setting of the listed building, the grand setting connecting the hotel visually to the openness of the conservation area and the common and the Solent behind. So views to and from each other. There's Home Heights. Here's another view from Clarence Parade. So an existing access for Home Heights marked here. The pavilion building will be inserted or constructed in this location, and the new access will be off to the left here. Just to remind you of the proximity of different buildings, so the pavilion building will be constructed here opposite the western elevation of Home Heights, with distances of 13.5 metres to 27. So that is shown here. That's the minimum distance, 13.5, and because of the form of Home Heights, it would increase to 27 at that point. Within the site, apart from the landscaping I've mentioned on Clifton Road, which would be, you can see some trees indicated, and understory of planting as well, various planting throughout the site, and principally some gardens for the residents of the development to the west of the pavilion building. just a bit more detail on some of the suggested planting. The concepts are set out more fully in the application design and access statement. So moving on to the elevations and floor plans of the different buildings, I'll take you through the residence building proposed and then the pavilion building. So this is the north elevation of the proposed residence building. So here you can see the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 principal stories, and then the 2 upper stories set back. So a good deal of care, as you can see, has been taken with the design and materials in broad form. We have a sort of light coloured brick as the principal material proposed for both buildings, as it happens, and the upper floors would be clad in some form of bronze coloured vertical cladding. The setback of the first roof story is 0.85 metres, and the upper story is about 1.7 from the main facade. You can see the listed hotel to the immediate right-hand side, and some attention to the relative heights of the adjoining building. This is the amended scheme with 1 story taken off. The commercial units are down here, 2 smaller units. You'll see those on the floor plans in a moment. And we have some front doors at intervals along the elevation. This is turning onto Clifton Road. So you'd never quite get this view because of the narrowness of the road, but that is that elevation north-south along Clifton Road. So there's the corner turning into Osborne Road. Here you can see an indication of the planting that is proposed. The front door is hiding behind that, one of the front doors is hiding behind that tree, and we have a lot of the servicing for bikes, plant, and a refuse collection, and so on. So you can see a lot of the details of the elevations, the fluted pilasters, different sorts of balcony treatments, Juliet balconies, projecting balconies, and some recessed balconies on the rear elevations, and some roof terraces to the upper stories. Within the wider street scene, this is the Osborne Road, where you can see the relative scale of the proposed residence building to the listed building. This is the eastern elevation, which, again, hard to perceive them both quite like this at the same time. The residence building and home heights. Going back to the Osborne Road elevation, just to give you an idea of the proposed change, this is the former casino building facing north onto Osborne Road. There's Clifton Road, you're looking down to the south. This is the proposed change in scale from the residence building, albeit set back 3.5 metres with the landscaping. In terms of the floor plans, this is the residence building, so Osborne Road on the north and to the east Clifton Road. There is the increased width of the gap between elevations of the proposed building compared to the existing and the inserted landscaping. A principal access point on the corner with a reception, and there are other entrances to the south as well, and lifts and stairs inside the building. Here are the 2 commercial units which front onto, modest-sized units that front onto the road there, and then all the back-of-house things you would expect to find on a building of this scale for recycling and waste cycles, and the non-labelled rooms are plant rooms. Apart from the surface car parking around the site, there is some covered parking. I think it's 4 bays in these garage-type undercroft arrangements. Onto the first floor, just to give you an idea of the form of the development inside. It's a normal central corridor with flats off on either side, so single aspects flats, either facing Osborne Road, Clifton Road, or south and west to the rear of the development. You can see some of the inset balconies on this floor. This is the 5th floor, so this is the first of the roof stories. You can see the setback of 0.85 metres, just about make it out, I should say, on the frontages there to the public realm. And to the rear, there are some individual terraces for the flats. The report sets out the mixture of 1, 2 and 3 bedroom flats, and they're good size with respect to the nationally described space standards. The very top story recessed further, as I mentioned before, about 1.7 metres with even more generous rooftop terraces. So to remind you of the overall proposed layout, this is the second building, the pavilion building that is proposed. I'll take you through this. So the south elevation is perhaps, and the west elevation will be the two most public elevations facing the public realm on Clarence Parade and across to the Common and the Solent. So here's the south elevation. A different architectural approach here, more modern than the residence building, albeit with the similar sort of buff type brick. We've got a metal standing seam zinc metal roof proposed, wrapping not only onto the pitch roof but down 2 elevations, 2 stories on either side, on all sides I should say. So this is the south elevation facing the parade and the Common, with this strong chimney element proposed, also on the northern elevation, and you can start to see some of the balconies, areas of glazing at height, etc., and some private terraces for the ground floor flats. This is the western elevation. We've just, the applicant has kindly shown a red line just to indicate the change in pitch of the roof, because without that you might read that as being some sort of vertical standing seam all the way. But just to remind you, it kinks halfway up, or less than halfway up, along that line. So that is the west elevation, which would sit there facing across the hotel grounds and car park across to Clarence Parade. Again, a mixture of architectural detailing and balconies, a ground floor plinth, and rising up to the standing seam and the roof treatments you can see. Turning to the eastern elevation facing Clifton Road, there is the front door to the site. There are some other servicing doors and parking. I think those are 2 more parking spaces there, private spaces. There we are, those are the 2 spaces there. Otherwise, the ground floor, as I said, is the main entrance, is at that point on Clifton Road, plant, cycling, and some ground floor flats, as I mentioned, with their own terraces overlooking the landscaped garden, with surface car parking on the eastern boundary next to Home Heights. Just to give you an idea of the upper floors, this is the second floor as it happens, so a smaller central corridor with flats accessed off that corridor, with their range of balconies typically distributed around onto the very top story. This is into the roof space, so to speak, which is achieved at either end of the building. So just to remind you, therefore, of the overall disposition of the building. The building's proposed. I think at this point I may mention the matter of the fallback position, which has been discussed with the applicant for a long period of time, and it's been discussed in the report and in the supplementary matters, which I'll take you through in more detail shortly. But just to give you an overview at this stage, because Ian will be returning to that in a moment, and so will I in the supplementary matters. If you've read the report, you would have seen that there were previous permissions at the application site. We call them Permission 1 and Permission 2, or P1 and P2. Permission 1 involved the conversion of some of the hotel into flats, a new building inserted between the retained casino building, former casino building, and the hotel, so in that location. Demolishing the balustrades outside the steps in order to build 2 single-story extensions at the back of the hotel, and to excavate down to provide a semi-basement parking undercroft, above which would be constructed a podium with landscaping accessed off the existing car park. So that was Permission 1, granted in 2010. Permission 2 was designed following on from Permission 1, in that it extended the undercroft parking and the podium above it for landscaping and surface parking, at this point around into the position of the current proposed pavilion building here. So it built off the undercroft parking from Permission 1 and proposed a building of up to 8 stories in the position of the pavilion building here. Both permissions were implemented. We've discussed the details of that with the applicant. And for members who aren't aware, members of the public, you can implement a planning consent with minor works, as long as you do them having dealt with the pre-commencement conditions, and you do it before the expiry of the planning consent, 3 years. And that is sensibly done with a local planning authority confirming that those works are a material start. And thereafter, the permissions may be further implemented at any point in the future. So that happened here with minor works, which constituted a start, and so the permissions were, subject to the details, available for further implementation at a later date, which you wouldn't know on site, but that's what the position that exists. Now, it's a matter of debate here between the applicants and the officers, because permission 2 had the large building sitting here in front of the hotel. Now, the applicant bought the hotel and surrounding land in 2018, I believe, obviously cognizant of the standing of these 2 permissions that he was aware of and was expecting to be able to develop at a later point. The hotel was listed in 2020. Someone contacted Historic England and asked them to consider its listing, statutory listing. They considered it and decided to list it as grade 2. So overnight, that changed the circumstances of the site. Suddenly, in the officer's view, these 2 applications needed listed building consent because of their connection back to the listed hotel via the Undercroft principally. As that presented a difficult problem for the applicant that he can't have anticipated of how to achieve that. The difficulty with the building in this location, as you've seen from the report, is its position in front of the hotel, which is a listed building, and as I've explained before, a fundamental part of its character, apart from its architectural quality, is its relationship to the common and the openness and the relationship back, that mutual intervisibility in setting. So inserting a building here is a difficulty. Anticipating that, the applicant, and indeed the same view from officers and Historic England, the applicant has wished to demonstrate that permission 2 could be nevertheless implemented without the need for listed building consent. He's been unable to demonstrate how to officers' satisfaction. We don't believe it can be done, and we've got more information on that we'll come back to. But that's to give you the overall position. So the applicant's position is that because of the fallback position of permission 2, which they believe does not need listed building consent, although planning officers and Historic England object to the siting of a large new building in front of the listed hotel, the fallback position would be to build permission 2, which is of a similar building in a similar location in terms of scale and position. That's their position, but it's not agreed by officers. If I move on to the principal areas of concern we have. Matters of a local amenity for residents are important, of course, and a lot of the residents here will explain their concerns. One of those has been the impact on the Clifton Road properties and Home Heights in particular, also to the north on Osborne Road. With a large building, they've got a bit more of a gap, and they're slightly taller buildings, but in terms of raising above ground. We've looked carefully at the impact of light. The applicant submitted a technical, professional sunlight and daylight analysis of light to the properties on Clifton Road, and while there would be some loss of light, in a nutshell, it's not deemed to be so impactful as to withhold consent. That's clearly the applicant's position. After analysis, that is also the officer's opinion. Residents will have their own view about that. Part of that assessment is the fact that the narrow road would be widened slightly by the moving back of the demolition of the casino building and replacement with a taller building, but set back by 3.5 metres. And the assertion of landscaping is also a factor. With respect to Home Heights, also a large building inserted in front of them. Now, the setting of a listed building is not relevant to that consideration. And with permission 2, back in 2012, this was the same relationship essentially, a similar sized building in a similar location. In fact, the proposed pavilion building is slightly smaller in places. And it's reasonable to compare the 2 permissions, the first permission with this proposal, and the effect would be broadly similar. And in any event, the impact on the windows is not so severe as to warrant refusal, in officer's opinion. I can come back to that should any members wish. So here's an artist's impression of the proposals looking from the south. So you can see the pavilion building inserted there between Home Heights and the listed building. I think this still shows the extra story that now taken off at the residence building behind, but it is very much in second plane there. So moving on to the setting of the listed building. We have 6 reasons for refusal recommended before you, and I'll try and take you through each of those. So here, the setting of the listed building, a difficulty here with the insertion of a large building within the setting of the now listed building. That is extremely problematic for the planning officers and indeed for Historic England. So that forms a fundamental part of a recommendation to refuse. There's visual competition and blocking of appreciable views. As you can see here, the building will be inserted at this point, and you would lose, from this viewpoint, at least the connectivity of the hotel, visual connectivity and character with the common opposite. Even when you move further to the west, it would still be an important insertion and massing. While we're at this point, there's also the design of the pavilion building. Now, everyone has different opinions about designs. Anyone can have a different opinion about one building or the other. They like it, they don't like it, whatever that may be. In officers' opinion, while a good deal of care has clearly gone into the building, we are not persuaded that it is of the right type. So first of all, this is an extremely prominent location. This building would sit forward of any building line you could draw between Home Heights and the listed hotel. And so its scale and location is extremely problematic, meaning its design requires the most utmost of care, and we are concerned about the overall effect of the building. This is the southern elevation that would sit here facing the seafront. It's problematic, we feel, with this chimney feature, the vertical cladding and the glazing at height in particular, quite a lot of balconies. There are balconies on the hotel, but not quite as prominent. And I feel that it doesn't interact with the public realm very well either. This is the most public-facing elevation. There's no front door. We have the strong chimney instead, chimney effect. We feel that problematic and not appropriate. The western elevation repeats that pattern, again, without a front door and no obvious focal point to the building from the public realm. These are late CGIs, computer-generated images from the applicant a few days ago. You can just make out the pavilion building there, but it's hard to discern its effect. There is the residence building next to the Queen's Hotel. Taken from the other view, so here we are on Osborne Road looking west. So we have a difficulty as officers with the scale of the proposed residence building. Not only do we feel that insufficient attention has been given to the potential retention of this non-designated heritage asset, the former casino building in the conservation area, and its potential for renovation and conversion. Also, its replacement, we feel, is oversized and in particular has a harmful effect on the setting of the listed building. If I take you back to the street elevation, sorry for whizzing through. This elevation here. Although the proposed residence building does step down now, the extra story has been removed from the Queen's Hotel, it is still of a size and position that diminishes from the hotel. It is not sufficiently subservient in officers' opinion, unlike the current Grosvenor Casino building. Catch back up. And so the effects on the streetscape and on the setting of the listed building are parts of your reasons for refusal in 3 and 4. Moving on to Clifton Terrace, this listed building. So the casino building, not a small building, but it would be replaced with a much larger building. That is the south elevation sitting there. Now, of course, Home Heights is already a significant imposition on the setting of the Clifton Terrace listed building, undoubtedly. but we are not keen to see further harm on that setting with the insertion of this larger building proposed. So that is reason for refusal 2. Here's the location of the vehicular access. So I explained earlier on how you'd sweep, if you think from the left to the west, you come along here in your car driving round. Obviously, you'd have to lose some parking spaces to insert the visibility displays and the actual access. So the access would be approximately where those cars are now, and you can see the issue of coming around a corner where the road opens out, and I know that cars tend to come through faster in the first instance or start speeding up, and indeed I saw a van coming out of Home Heights and saw how gingerly it had to proceed because of the limited visibility, because of the curb, and then some of the cars coming rather fast. The applicant unfortunately hasn't done the extra work that we asked, the Highways Authority asked for, and so unfortunately that has resulted in a reason for refusal number 5. These are some of the drawings looking at the light study, which demonstrate areas of affected, principally in the basement. There is a semi-basement to the Clifton Road houses number 2 and 4, and to the ground floor also some loss of light, as I explained earlier, not so significant that officers feel that amounts to a reason for refusal on its own. Home Heights, similarly, some loss of light to the lower floors, same response as I explained earlier.
If the Chairman's happy, I'll take over at this point just to sort of bring the conclusion together. A couple of wordy slides, apologies, just seemed easier to put it quite clearly, so I'll try to avoid reading them verbatim, but it's pretty much what I'm going to do for you now. So obviously the key consideration for members, as always, is that planning balance. As officers have explained, principle, there's that concern about highways and the technical issue on SPAs in those reasons for refusal, but the principal concerns are ones around design and obviously the associated impacts on heritage, both conservation area and listed buildings in this case. So that is the negatives, and obviously the heritage ones are equally supported by Historic England's concerns. What you have to do is decide how much weight you are giving to the positives. Positives are laid out in the report as well. I've given a very brief summary here. So obviously it's good quality housing, it's in a landscape setting, it's in a sustainable location. There's new retail units with economic benefits, and obviously construction itself has an economic benefit. It's infilling that vacant site between the existing non-designated casino building and the listed hotel. They are all benefits that it is for you as decision maker to decide how much weight to give. The harms, we've gone through to explain those reasons for refusal, and they're largely reflected in there. And again, they are focused, say, those harm to those listed buildings, the settings, and the Owens Constellation area. The design is a separate issue, because that would be a concern irrespective of the direct impacts on the designated heritage assets, but obviously the two things are undeniably interconnected. As I noted, there's also some concerns regarding the vehicular access, residential amenity and SPA, and either they haven't made it to sufficient weight to be a reason for refusal, or they are technical reasons for refusal. As the report lays out, the tilted balance applies in this case. You don't have a 5-year land supply, so looking at all of those harms and all of those benefits, it's no good just to weigh them up in your own minds entirely independently. You are guided by national guidance to ensure you're giving appropriate weight to heritage harms, but also you must, when looking at those overall harms, ensure that they significantly and demonstrably outweigh the benefits, because if they just outweigh a little bit, that's not enough. It's a tilted balance, as your training you'll recall needs to apply. So there is a presumption in favour of sustainable development. So do bear that in mind when you reach that conclusion. Is this scheme overall acceptable or not when doing the planning balance? In officer's recommendation, the harms don't overcome and plan permission should be refused. So if you agree with that recommendation, that the development isn't the appropriate development for the site and the harms do significantly demonstrably outweigh, then you would refuse. But what the applicant's inviting you to do is consider whether there is a realistic fallback, as Simon has mentioned, to nevertheless justify the grant of an unacceptable scheme on its own merits on this site. If it's an acceptable scheme in your judgment of planning balance, then approve it. If it's unacceptable and not the right scheme for Portsmouth, for the site, before you refuse it, the applicant's inviting you to consider whether there's a realistic fallback. Just to give you a little bit on what fallback means, it's fairly common sense in a sense. If there is another scheme that can be built out and you have no control over that occurring, and that would have the same impacts or worse impacts as a fallback, then it would not be reasonable to withhold planning permission for something that has those same impacts because you haven't improved the situation. So that's what a fallback's about. It's not enough that simply a proposition that could be an alternative is available. It has to be realistic, it has to be deliverable by the applicant, and there has to be a likelihood that the applicant would bring that forward. In this case, the realistic fallback that the applicant is inviting you to consider is, as Simon has said, P1 and P2. It's a complex issue. P1 was an alteration and extension to the listed building itself, the Queen's Hotel, but of course at a time when the Queen's Hotel was not listed. It sees the removal of those rear stairs and an extension of the building connected. To be distinguishing, the current building actually has a double skin wall, if you will. It builds a wall up against the listed building rather than extending the listed building. The previous one was putting holes into it. So there is a notable difference. That's why you don't have a listed building consent application in front of you today, albeit it's in a similar location. But the P1 requires the removal of the stairs to make way for its parking, to make way for that podium and landscaping space, things that are all necessary and have to be built in order that the scheme can be said to be in accordance with its planning permission. It would be no good to just build a bit over there and say we're not going to build a car park, we're not going to do any of that. That's in accordance with the planning permission. Our landscaping conditions, our surface material conditions would prevent that occurring. So they can't build P1 without listed building consent. That is the clear advice of officers. The applicant doesn't agree with that, and I'm aware the applicant has got a junior barrister's advice saying that that's not the case, but we do not feel the barrister has directed himself correctly there, and the clear advice of officers is you need listed building consent if you wish to build out P1 in any form that would be a lawful development in accordance with its planning conditions. P2, you can't build without P1. You can't build half of a building. If it's an entirely independent, separate building and there's clear air gap between them, every common sense meaning, you can do that. But P2 doesn't have that. It is integrated with P1. The podium of P2 and that podium space that is the undercroft for the parking of P1 are an integrated structure. Without it, it's just a blank wall and you're falling off the edge of a podium that doesn't have an edge. And this is therefore not a building that can be built in accordance with its approved plans without P1 being built simultaneously or prior to it, as may be the phasing case. And consequently, P2 can't be a legitimate fallback because P1 is not a legitimate fallback until listed building consent is granted. So in that case, we are satisfied there is no realistic fallback. They can amend P1 and P2. They can put a different scheme in as a different fallback. All those things are open to them. But today, they haven't done those things. They haven't got a listed building consent. They haven't amended P1 or P2. They attempted to amend P2 and it was unacceptable to the council, so they haven't done that. So they don't have plan permissions that they can complete out in accordance with the approved plans as lawful outcomes. And consequently, officers' advice is there isn't a fallback. So that means it's not something you need to consider yourself further. If you disagree with the officer recommendation, you feel, actually, no, I think there is a fallback, it is then for you to decide what weight to give that fallback. If you don't grant this scheme, having, of course, the slide I just showed you, concluded that it's unacceptable, because if it's acceptable, approve it. But if you think it's unacceptable, and you say, well, yes, but okay, if it's unacceptable and I don't allow it, they will build out P2 and P1 somehow. You then need to decide, well, actually, is that a problem? If you think, well, actually, I quite like P1 and P2, I've got no problem with that, well, it's not really a fallback that would allow an unacceptable current permission to be built. So that's your judgment. So again, to remind you, there is those stages of decision. There's a planning judgment when you're balancing up those weights, applying the tilted balance of whether the scheme is acceptable or whether the harms significantly demonstrably outweigh the benefits, which officers' recommendation is they do. Having concluded that that's acceptable, then approve it. Having concluded it's unacceptable and not the right development for the site, then you can consider whether there is a fallback. Officers' advice is clearly there is not a fallback. If you don't agree with that advice, you can then say, okay, there is a fallback. You then need to make a planning judgment. How much weight do I give to that fallback? Do I think that in any way changes my mind about the scheme that I found to be unacceptable? And if it is, if you think that's an awful scheme, I don't want to see that, I'll accept this, albeit I've just concluded it was unacceptable, it's less unacceptable than was consented 15 years ago, whatever it was, on the site, then that would allow you to grant an otherwise unacceptable scheme. That is how a fallback applies in the scenario. So that's the process you need to take your planning judgments through those stages to come to a conclusion that plan permission would need to be granted. So first instance, is it acceptable in its own merits, in which case we don't need to, I didn't need to give you this spiel, you can just grant it, as is your privilege as the planning committee, albeit that's contrary to the recommendation and the Historic England concerns. But if not, then you have to go through those steps and work out if there is a fallback, which for the reasons I've explained and the report lays out in the SMAT details, we're satisfied there is not a fallback that is deliverable by the applicant at the moment, let alone one realistically the applicant would deliver. And even if you disagree with that, is that something that you would give a lot of weight to otherwise approve something that you have deemed in the scenario I've just given you to be unacceptable? So a slightly complex process decision making, always a problem when you've got layered historic planning permissions, but I hope that has assisted you. And just to be clear, so that's P2, and you can see P1 in the back there. That's that image on the bottom, so that's the old planning permissions, just to give you a little bit of reference. Yeah.
Thank you, Ian. So there's more than members and visitors and the public. I will take you through the supplementary matters report, the SMAT, and the appendix. So first of all, the applicants made a submission direct to members of the planning committee, I think, over the weekend. The applicants submitted further barrister opinion to the planning officers. The applicants informed the officers they had also sent the opinion to the committee members. Officers have had sight of an email from the applicants to members referring to the barrister opinion, but also to a members briefing document and a letter from the planning agent. The planning officers have not been provided with a copy of this briefing document or the letter, so cannot advise members of the veracity of their contents. The further legal opinion from the applicants concerning the purported fallback position. So the committee report responded to the applicant's statement of relevance of previous permissions document, which considers the status of permissions 1 and 2 and the question of listed building consent. Having read the committee report, the applicants have made a further submission, namely their barrister's further analysis. This is addressed in Appendix 1. So with apologies, this is Appendix 1, and I need to go through the ins and outs of what has been said there. In the barrister's advice to their client in paragraph 6, they note that officers have now changed their position and they now accept P2 has been properly implemented. The officer's response: this statement demonstrates the barrister misunderstands the previous discussions and advice of the council, as no change in position has occurred. While there's no formal resolution or certification of implementation of P2, the council has always proceeded on the presumption that implementation has lawfully occurred. Barrister advice, para 8 to 11. The barrister has made some obtuse comments regarding certification of lawfulness under the Town and Country Planning Act. It is plainly evident from the context of the committee report that the certification of lawfulness would be under sections 26H of the Planning Listed Buildings and Conservation Areas Act. The council is satisfied that a certificate under section 26H would be an appropriate method to try and establish the fallback the applicant is relying upon. The applicants indeed advised the applicant in writing of applying under section 26A as long ago as August 2021. Barrister advice, para 14. The barrister has clearly misdirected himself. It is indeed trite to observe that permission to build 100 houses does not require that 100 houses be built in order for the permission to be lawful. It is trite as it is patently an invalid comparison. The applications, permissions 1 and 2, are not separate and disaggregable houses, like the example the barrister has given, that can be built independently. The applications in question are single multi-storey buildings. So the barrister is entirely wrong to advise that P1 or P2 could be partially constructed to avoid needing listed building consent. If this were undertaken in the relevant parts of the buildings, it could result in leaving incomplete floors, open voids, or inaccessible parking in the bays. The barrister is equally wrong to suggest that no conditions imposed require the completion of works. There are various conditions on P1 and P2 about not partial landscaping, but a full scheme of landscaping, surfacing, storage, drainage, etc. Both consents make it clear the development should be carried out in accordance with approved drawings, not an amended scheme, as is suggested by the applicant. Barrister advice, para 18. LBC, listed building consent, is not required for any part of P2 because it is not connected by its red edge to P1. This is actually what his client said. We repeated this and it's come back to us. This is an incorrect statement by the applicant, and so purely for completeness, this was pointed out by the planning officer in the committee report. It's unclear why the barrister has returned to this. Barrister advice, para 21A, which says if no element of P1 that alters or extend a listed structure is ever built, there will be no requirement for listed building consents for those elements that P1 that were built. As discussed already, officers remain satisfied there are no elements of P1 that can be independently built, and therefore it must be assessed in the whole. Barrister advice, para 21A, B. Again, this is an incorrect repetition that part of P1 and or P2 could be lawfully built. Part of P1 and or P2. In this paragraph, the barrister has sought to explain how this can be done, but has actually proved the contrary. In example number 1, he acknowledges P2 would have to be amended, i.e. by seeking alternative access arrangements. This invalidates P2 as a fallback position. As Ian said, today, you don't have an amended scheme. The intimation that it is not necessary to make a fresh application, or such an application will be difficult to resist, is entirely without justification or foundation. It is certainly necessary to apply for planning permission for engineering or building works as an amended application under section 73. The council would have to determine the whole application again, and including, in the light of Historic England comments, will be likely to refuse the application due to adverse impacts on the listed building, as we've explained. In example 2 from the barrister, he has simply reiterated the unjustified statement that P1 can be partially built, saying those parts of P1 which connect the undercross but do not connect to any listed structure can be built. As discussed above, this is incorrect. Para 21C, it is good to see there is a concession that P1 requires listed building consent. The barrister says it is only some of the works for P1 would engage any need for listed building consent. As noted, the barrister is wrong to say that the other parts can be built independently without being in breach of planning control for being undertaken other than in accordance with the approved plans. Those parts referred to are not the separate houses in the example of 100 houses on the other side of a 100-home housing estate. It's comparing apples and pears. The suggestion that the landowner could build out P2 in its entirety and then seek to connect it back to the listed building later is rejected as a legitimate fallback. For a fallback to have legitimate weight, it has to be plausible to occur. For a landowner to undertake a large and expensive development with no confidence that they could bring it into occupation, as it is inaccessible and cannot be completed in accordance with the approved plans, is not a legitimate assumption. Back to the main body of the supplementary matters. South Sea Town Centre Action Plan, with apologies, that was omitted from the officer report, so we'll just correct that here. The land fronting Osborne Road sits within the Area Action Plan as 2 opportunity sites for development. That document is not yet formally revoked, but is largely out of date, being adopted in 2007 and will be replaced by the new local plan, and in any event, it has no material impact on the recommendation provided. Further consultee comments in response to the amended plans. Regulatory Services and Highways raised no new comments. Historic England have replied, helpfully. They maintain their position set out previously. So just to mention again, 1 story was removed from the residence building to take it from 8 to 7. So Historic England maintain their position despite that amendment. They say whilst amendments to reduce the residence building would improve the relationship with the listed hotel and have marginally less impact on the conservation area, it does not resolve their concerns previously set out. The building would drastically change the character of this part of Osborne Road due to mass, scale and detail. They maintain the objection to the loss of 18 to 24 Osborne Road, the former casino building. The ability to appreciate the landmark quality of the Queen's Hotel would still be severely compromised by the amended residence building at 7 stories. The pavilion building would also impinge on the ability to appreciate this landmark quality, albeit to a lesser degree, in their opinion. The harm is unjustified and could be avoided or minimised through an alternative approach. They note again it is for the local planning authority to determine whether any fallback position exists and its weight if it exists. That's a summary of their further comments. Then we have written again to the surrounding neighbours and other occupiers with the proposed amendments from the applicant, removing that story of 11 flats from the residence building. We've had 16 objections and 1 support, which I'll summarise for you below. Some of the comments were repeating comments already set out in the main report, so we focused on new and further comments. These are the objections. There are plenty of flats at Debenhams and St John's College. Serious concerns about parking pressures. It's already mayhem in Zone KC, alleged by the objectors. Casinos should be converted to a multi-storey parking or supermarket. We need a swimming pool. Concerns about increasing traffic, pollution from construction, and then the occupiers' traffic. Concern about the single track Clifton Road and having the access there, including for the works traffic as well as the residence traffic once constructed. And a concern that it will turn into a cut-through to Clarence Parade. There is objection that the reduction of 1 storey is not enough. There are comments that the height, bulk and modern design are incompatible with the heritage surroundings. The Queen's Hotel has always stood out and it should remain so. There was a comment that Home Heights is a blot on the landscape and should not be repeated with this proposed development. There was concern about high wings that already funnel along Clifton Road from the seafront, and there was a concern that would be made worse with the proposed residence building, and they don't want people to feel trapped in their homes with mental health affected. There are objections on no affordable housing. There's a suggestion there should be a roof garden. There was an objection about the state of the old casino, with the owners failing to maintain it. They consider no serious attempt has been considered how it could be repaired or even rebuilt. An objection comment has said there now appears to be no fallback position for the developers to restrict complaints on the proposed development of the pavilion, and concern about the oversubscription of doctors, dentists, schools, etc. Already, and it could not accommodate the current population, let alone new. The letter of support is pleased to see a comprehensive plan for much overdue redevelopment of a semi-derelict prominent site. It notes there's much needed new housing, and it may bring back some currently nearby empty retail and catering premises back into use. The support comments notes it is aware that plans for this part of the site have been approved previously, and they are a much larger block of apartments, referring to P2, and this supporter considers the pavilion building is much more human scale and more sympathetic to the street scene. This supporter also welcomes the setback along Clifton Road, including with the landscaping, and having residential units there instead of the forbidding brick wall currently, which would help to self-police the area. Moving on to affordable housing, notwithstanding the outcome of the viability assessments, which was that the scheme does not have enough financial viability to provide affordable housing, the applicants have made a late offer for a contribution of £150,000 for affordable housing in the event of planning consent being granted. It is presumed this would be for off-site provision. While the development is considered currently to be compliant with policies without a contribution for affordable housing, because viability has shown to be low, this voluntary provision proposed by the applicant, which would contribute to meeting an identified affordable housing need in the city, is nevertheless a material consideration justifying such a planning obligation, albeit its inclusion or otherwise does not constitute a reason to grant or withhold planning permission. So it is an offer from the applicant. In the event of planning consent being granted, it will be addressed in the legal agreement, as could be a review mechanism. And lastly, further matters in the event of a planning consent being granted. Were the committee to resolve to grant planning permission, further matters would need to be addressed by way of a legal agreement beyond the matters of affordable housing and the special protection areas mitigation. These would include the provision of publicly accessible open space to comply with policy and a financial contribution towards sustainable transport modes and a travel plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Simon and Ian. We have deputations. Now, the first 5 deputations will have 2.4 minutes each. Where are you?
We're here.
Chairman, apologies. I believe only 4 of you are here to speak, so that would give you 3 minutes compared
3
to what's on the.
minutes.
Is that correct? Yeah. Apologies.
Would Hilary like to go first? Put this on. It's not on.
Okay? Yes. I represent the residents of Home Heights. Our objections to these plans are threefold: safety, privacy and light. Home Heights has 74 retirement flats, at any one time approximately 100 people. The majority are in their 70s and 80s with varying levels of mobility. The pedestrian exit from Home Heights leads directly onto Clifton Road, which at its narrowest point is currently just over 3 metres wide. Clifton Road is proposed for the main route for demolition and construction traffic. At present, it is basically a one-lane road. Already, large vehicles frequently mount the pavement. The hazards for Home Heights residents making their way to Osborne Road are clear, but not just for us. There is a public footpath which connects Clarence Parade to Clifton Road, adding to the volume of pedestrian traffic along Clifton Road. It's not just the construction period which is of concern. The public transport document 5.17, bullet 3 states, the increased level of traffic would be unlikely to result in an unacceptable impact to the highway network. That may well be true, but the increase in the level of traffic, personal, delivery, amenities, emergency, to and from Clifton Road during the construction and even after it is widened and after the 67 flats are occupied would be unacceptable. Our next concern is privacy. Firstly, in relation to the residents. The south end of the building is directly opposite the northern face of Home Heights windows, approximately 8 metres from the windows on that elevation up to the 7th floor. The residents of both buildings could probably watch each other having breakfast. There is also a similar problem with the pavilion. It is sited parallel to Home Heights. There are Home Heights windows on that elevation. The pavilion also has Juliet balconies. The planning document calls it intervisibility between east-facing windows and Home Heights. To us, it is impacting our privacy and our outlook. The first 5 stories will lose their open look completely. Next is the question of light, particularly to the centre and ground floor flats. The pavilion, the west-facing aspect of the flats will be severely impacted. Finally, the current proposal has parking all along the perimeter fence between Home Heights and the new development. At the nearest point, it is about 42 inches, in old money, from a Home Heights ground floor flat corner, and only 1 metre from a living room window. Vehicles coming and going at all hours, vehicle lights at night, doors opening and closing, would seriously impact on the quality of life of elderly residents in that and other flats near or facing the perimeter. Thank you.
Thank you, Hilary. I didn't actually time that, but I'm sure somebody
So
else
that was
will.
3 minutes, Chair.
Thank you very much. So Linda Symes, would you like to go next?
Yes.
Thank you, Linda.
Thank you for allowing me to speak at this meeting, firstly.
Linda, can you just go closer to the microphone because I can't
sorry.
hear you
Yeah.
too well?
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you now.
Yeah. I wish to object to the planning application for the proposed 7-storey and separate 5-storey development on the site of the old casino in Osborne Road. This proposal is wholly inappropriate for its location. The site sits beside a listed building and within a conservation area containing several listed properties and a listed common. The scale and height of these buildings will be overbearing and entirely out of keeping with the established character that exists. A development of this size will dominate neighbouring properties and harm the setting of important heritage assets, which the Council has a duty to protect. Conservation areas exist to preserve and enhance historic character, not to permit excessive and intrusive development. The proposal would also create serious amenity problems. The buildings would overlook nearby homes, causing a significant loss of privacy. The mass and height will create a detrimental impact on residents and will be visually intrusive within what is currently a far lower scale environment. The scale and density of this proposal will create an oppressive presence, causing a dark shadow over the surrounding area. In addition, access arrangements are unsuitable. The proposed entrances of flats, cycle storage and garages would all be served from a narrow single-track no-through road that is already constrained. This raises concerns regarding traffic, servicing, pedestrian safety and the practicality of access for emergency vehicles. I would also ask that the committee to consider the conduct of the site owners. They have written in the Evening News this week that they wish to improve the area. They have owned the building that housed the existing former casino for several years, in which time it has been allowed to fall into severe disrepair. Windows have been left open and exposed to the elements, leading to water ingress and further deterioration of the structure. The neglected condition of the building has also encouraged children to enter the site, despite the obvious dangers posed by its unsafe and perilous state. This prolonged neglect raises legitimate concerns about the stewardship of the site and the suitability of the applicants to undertake a development of this scale and sensitivity within the conservation area. For all these reasons, the excessive height and scale, the harm to heritage assets, the overlooking and loss of light and privacy, the unsuitable access arrangements and the poor management of the existing building, I respectfully urge the committee to refuse this application. Just a little add-on. If you vote to support
Chair,
this
that's 3 minutes, I'm afraid.
Sorry, Lynn.
If you vote to support this application, your life won't change, but ours will be radically altered, which isn't good. But the really sad thing is the harm it will inflict on Owen Southsea, which has shaped this area for centuries.
Thank you, Linda. Thank you. Nigel, you'd like to go next?
Hello, I'm a resident of Clifton Road. I object to this application on many grounds, but bring to your attention the traffic access and the excessive height and massing of the proposed residence building. The current casino building fronts Osborne Road and runs in its entirety of Clifton Road at 3 stories. The proposal to raise this to 7 stories would dominate the street scene and overshadow our homes on Osborne Road, Clifton Road and Clifton Terrace. Secondly, access, traffic and safety. At the developer's consultation, we were told there would be no access to the residence building via Clifton Road, only ground floor plant and machinery, and that Clifton Road would remain a no-through road. The submitted plans are very different. They show the main residential entrance at the mouth of Clifton Road, a further pedestrian entrance on Clifton Road, and 2 large cycle storage bays on Clifton Road. As heard earlier, Clifton Road is very narrow, single-track, no-through road. It serves the residents Clifton Road and Clifton Terrace. Separation from front doors on Clifton Road to the casino wall are around 6 metres, something the planning department has noted, not the 9.5 metres claimed by the developer. Even if the building line moved back, it would not create the 14 metres the applicant suggests, but only 9.5. The plans envisage using this very narrow road for demolition access and after completion connecting it into the wider development to create a new through route to Clarence Parade. On a street this tight, with the main entrance sited at the junction and additional access points along Clifton Road, deliveries, visitors, residents will inevitably cut the corner from Osborne Road to Clarence Parade, creating a rat run and a clear hazard for both motorists and pedestrians. This is simply unworkable on a single track road with no passing spaces. Overlooking and privacy are also of serious concerns. The existing casino had opaque windows, long boarded up, and it was not residential. The new scheme proposes approximately 85 living room and bedroom windows with balconies facing directly onto Clifton Road and into our homes and gardens. Given the narrow width of the street and the proposed height, the development would cause significant overlooking and a material loss of privacy and daylight to our properties. We accept that the casino site needs renewal and we support appropriate development, but in a conservation area, it should be sympathetic in design and aligned with prevailing heights, which are around 3 to 4 stories, not 7. For these reasons and those identified in the Planning Officer's summary, I respectfully ask the committee to refuse this application. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Nigel. AJ Herman.
Hello, I'm Una Herman and I live on Shaftesbury Road, and I find that I'm totally opposed to what's been proposed for the development. The visual impact of such a building will dominate the skyline. There will be increased traffic congestion as Osborne Road and the surrounding areas will not be able to accommodate any overspill, as the whole area is in and around Nightingale Road, Shaftesbury Road and Ashburton Road is crammed already full. At the moment, Kent Road is suffering the effects of the council plan for running buses along that road. If Kent Road becomes even more congested and used as a rat run, there will be more traffic and dangerous pedestrians access along those places. I just find out where I am, I'm going to think. It is a disgrace that the owners of the have failed miserably to maintain the building that they're proposing to now build 7 to 8 stories. Is letting the whole area go to rack and ruin. Something beautiful needs to be done, not the monstrous idea that you're put forward. As a resident of Shaftesbury Road, I'd like to make it my mission to make sure that you have something more beautiful in place. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Matthew Williams. We're going to go on to, sorry, we have one more. Alex Nash. Alex here? Okay. Thank you, folks. We're going to move on now to the architect, who has 6 minutes, please. Matthew Williams.
Good morning, Deputy Chair, members of the Planning Committee. I speak today in strong support of this application because I genuinely believe it represents the kind of thoughtful, high-quality regeneration that Southsea deserves. My name is Matthew Williams and I'm the architect of this development. For nearly 60 years, HGP Architects has delivered high-quality architecture in sensitive settings while helping shape Portsmouth through projects including Gunwharf Quays, the Spinnaker Tower, Sails of the South, St John's College and the historic dockyard, to name but a few. Today we are proud to employ 50 architects in the Fareham office, many of whom live and qualified in Portsmouth. This is an important project for us and the legacy of Southsea. This is one of the most prominent and key locations in Southsea, adjacent to the Queen's Hotel, within the conservation area and facing Southsea Common. That is precisely why, over 4 years, this proposal has been approached with such care, rigour and architectural restraint. Today, this corner site, a derelict former casino, vacant land, poor quality, frontage condition and visible degraded townscape setting immediately beside one of Portsmouth's landmark hotels. This site has been subject to ongoing vandalism and fire risk and is a magnet for antisocial behaviour. The proposals replace that with 78 homes, active ground floor use, extensive landscaping and architecture that has clearly been designed in direct response to the Queen's Hotel and the wider Thomas Ellis Owen Southsea streetscape. From the outset, our approach has been based on a comprehensive master plan. Previous proposals of the site had been piecemeal, with the current hotel ownership controlling the surrounding land. The council agreed that the coordinated strategy was the right approach. The design has evolved significantly through consultation. Along Clifton Road, for example, separation distances and landscaping were substantially increased following feedback from the neighbours. The road width has increased and separation, including tax windows, have been put in. There's no access to vehicles on Clifton Road except emergency vehicles proposed for this application. The design draws directly from the proportions, rhythm and architectural character of Queen's Hotel. The facade composition, generous window proportions, recessed upper floors, high-quality masonry detailing and careful considered setbacks are all intended to create a contemporary building that is rooted in Southsea's character, rather than a generic development that could belong anywhere. Members have also to recognise the applicant has listened throughout this process. The scheme has already been reduced in height and massing twice, resulting in a 20% reduction in size and therefore accommodation. The roofline now sits below the Queen's Hotel to reinforce its visual prominence and improve the relationship with the surrounding townscape. Finally, I urge members to consider the planning balance, including the independent legal opinion confirming that the previous approved fallback schemes, in our opinion, remain deliverable. Schemes which are far more piecemeal, less coherent, and in both our view and of that of Heritage England, represent a significantly poorer architectural outcome than the comprehensive design-led proposals you have before you today. Portsmouth urgently needs new homes in sustainable locations such as this. This proposal brings long-term investment and regeneration to Southsea. In my professional opinion, this is a thoughtful, viable, high-quality scheme that is right for and will significantly improve this part of Southsea. Voting against redevelopment of this site will leave this unused, dangerous site an eyesore for many years to come.
Thank you, Matthew. And next is Charles Sheeran Wagner, Heritage Expert, please.
Good morning, Chair and Planning Committee. I'm Charles Wagner, Heritage and Planning, and I have over 45 years' experience, including working for the Historic Buildings Bureau at Hampshire County Council and 30 years at English Heritage, where I finished as Head of Urban and Planning Policy. I've been a heritage consultant for the last 11 years, working on projects all over the south of England. I recently advised on the St John's College development in Southsea alongside HGP Architects. I have advised on this project from 2023. Since when, as Matthew has explained, the proposals have evolved significantly to address matters raised by your planners, Historic England and stakeholders. Notwithstanding the recent design changes, Historic England's further letter of May 20th maintains an objection to the scheme. This is one that I respectfully disagree with. Historic England had previously accepted the Pavilion building would be an improved architectural response in comparison to the extant P2 consented scheme for the site. I agree. Moreover, the recent reduction in the height of the residence building now closely aligns with English Heritage Historic England's preferred option to the approved 7-storey building P1 on 12 to 16 Osborne Road. So the main remaining areas of disagreement are therefore the loss of the vacant unlisted casino building and the massing of the residence building. The applicant has, in my view, demonstrated that casino buildings are beyond any economic use. I've been inside the buildings before last summer's fire, and they were in very poor state then. The fire has left it in such a state that we now can't get our engineers inside to further look at the degrading of the buildings. I believe that, in this case, the design approach that has been taken is the right one for the following reasons. The proposals are now obviously subservient to the Queen's Hotel with the removal of the one floor. The parapet line now aligns or is lower than the hotels. The rhythm of bays and windows, as Matthew explained, echo the elevations of the Queen's Hotels, and the pilasters modulate the facade, while the link bay beside the hotel has been further lowered and set back to allow the northeast corner of the Queen's to stand out in the street scene on Osborne Road. This is a high-quality development design and far superior to the schemes that the Council previously approved. I should also add that the benefit of widening Clifton Road and the removal of the story has further reduced any impact on the setting of both the conservation area, Clifton Terrace buildings, and indeed Clifton Terrace, the listed building. The replacements of the derelict buildings with a quality development will enhance the Owen Southsea conservation area. In my view, any further scaling down of the residence building will have no greater benefit to the setting, significance of the listed building, or indeed Owen Southsea conservation area. The elephant in the room in this area is Home Heights, which has a negative impact on the settings of all the nearby heritage assets. The vacant application site to the west of Home Heights, in my view, it should be seen as a tear in the urban fabric which exposes Home Heights in many important views. The Pavilion building mends that tear with a distinctive building that obscures and diminishes the impact of Home Heights. It completes the broken building line along Clarence Parade, stepping down from the cliff face of Home Heights that exists now, and therefore partially screening it in views to and from the Queen's Hotel to Southsea Common and the sea beyond. I consider that this benefits the setting of the listed Queen's Hotel and Owens Conservation Area, as well as the South Sea Common Registered Park and Conservation Area, and indeed the Grade 1 listed Naval Memorial. The development will, of course, change the setting of the Queen's Hotel, and I find the benefits of the proposed residence buildings reconnect the hotel with the rest of the street block on Osborne Road, while the pavilion building will help diminish the harmful effects of home heights to the southwest of the hotel and its effects on the conservation areas. The development will deliver benefits, and yes, it will cause some moderate harm to the setting of the heritage assets. I consider that the harms are outweighed by the benefits in the planning balance, and I consider that you may legitimately conclude that planning permission should be granted. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Charles. Denise Perry, you're next. 6 minutes for you.
Thank you, Chair. So I'm speaking today as an Osborne Road resident and also as a St Jude Ward councillor. And I generally support the application, but believe some adjustments are needed before the Planning Committee considers approving the application. I'm pleased the applicant has reduced the proposed building at 12 to 24 Osborne Road by a floor, acknowledging residents' concerns. However, residents still feel the design doesn't match the current historic building. There are also worries about reduced light for Clifton Road residents due to the height and proximity, and a decrease in views for some home height residents. An introduction of a new vehicular access from Clarence Parade is welcome, but there are concerns that the exit route is unsafe due to the busy road and blind bend. The plans still propose an access route via Clifton Road, a narrow road. Even with adjustments, increased vehicle traffic in this area is a concern for residents. Last October, I raised my concerns about inadequate parking provision and asked the applicant to consider increasing. At that time, 134 car parking spaces were required, but with the reduced build, it's now down to 119 to meet parking standards. However, the 61 previously offered parking spaces haven't increased since October. The KC parking zone is already oversubscribed, and the applicant's suggestion that the new homeowners could use the often full common car park wouldn't work. I'd also like to ask the applicant, did they have conversations with the Culture and Leisure Department and the parking team? What discussions took place to conclude that the common car park was a place that could be used? The KC zone can't accommodate an additional 58 cars. I'm disappointed that the applicant hasn't gone any way to address this. Other new builds in the area, such as Hanley's Corner, have been able to address residents' parking concerns and provide parking spaces close to the required standard. I'd like the committee to request at least 4 amendments to the application before approval. These are an increase in parking spaces nearer to the required legal parking standard of 119 spaces, building 12 to 24 Osborne Road, more in keeping with the rest of the hotel and ensuring it doesn't reduce light to properties in Clifton Road, restrict vehicle access via Clifton Road, and take into account the need to preserve views for home height residents. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Perry. Questions? Councillor Hunt first, please.
Thank you. Can I ask the planning officers, in their opinion, on P1 and P2, had the Queen's Hotel been listed back then, what do you think the debate would have been like back then? Would it have been as it was, or would we have faced a different scenario?
Hypotheticals are always very risky, Chair. Would it be as it was? Would it be a different scenario? I can say that's not hypothetical. It wouldn't have been as it was. There would have been a different material consideration of the listed building, and thus there would have been a very different debate. What the resolution of the the council at the time would have depended on what our 5-year land supply. It's not how we used that language at the time, you know, what our housing pressures were, what the other concerns would have been. So I can't tell you whether they would have been granted back in 15 years ago, plus when the application was made, if the building had been listed at that time, I can say certainly there would have been a significant new material consideration that would have to be borne in mind by the committee. And indeed, if they wish to go back and amend that scheme under Section 73, which requires reconsideration of that application, that would be a significant new set of concerns. And as covered in our SMAP, we are concerned in light of the comments from Historic England in particular, that there is certainly no confidence I would wish to give the committee that they would be approved if reassessed now, but that's not the application in front of us.
Yeah, I agree. But I was interested in the comment by the heritage expert, Charles Schuin-Wagner, who talks about Home Heights being a tear in the fabric of the conservation area. And I was very interested in what he said about the new building to the west, obscuring Home Heights, and he described that as a benefit, and actually I tend to agree. I mean, do you have a view on that?
Again, point of fact, does it obscure from one direction? Yes, so that's absolutely true. We don't agree that the new pavilion building is of adequately good design quality. So what you're doing is you're obscuring a building, and with all apologies to the architect of Home Heights, which is not a particularly well-designed building in my personal view. You're obscuring a not particularly well-designed building with a building that we don't think is adequately designed either. Obviously, if it has a benefit in someone's view of obscuring the poorly designed Home Heights, then equally from the other direction, certainly from the southeast, it has the disbenefit of obscuring the obviously far superiorly designed Queen's Hotel, though. So I'd factor that into any consideration.
So I have one last question then. So the junior barrister's advice that has been sought by the applicant, I mean, did we go get legal advice, or, with the greatest respect, the opinion is from the planning team about the junior barrister's advice? Is that right?
Yes, the advice we're giving you today is from the Chartered Town Planners, making up the operating team, myself as the Chief Planner, and your Principal Planning Solicitor. Yeah.
Thank you, Councillor Hunt. Anyone else? Yes.
There were various points which have been made by the applicant, and in their material, which they sent to us 26 hours ago, or 28 hours ago, they stated that P1 and P2 could be built, but the planning permission which was given for those was that the development shall hereby permitted shall be begun before the expiration of 3 years. I can see that there may have been some site clearing, but does this constitute beginning? And what has been done that would allow these to be built? Question one.
So just to deal with that quickly, I may need to defer for Simon for technicalities, but say we don't have a certificate of lawfulness explaining that's exactly what's done, but it is my recollection from previous discussions that obviously two different consents. One was commenced through the operation of demolition works as a key output. The other had a nominal start, so some foundation works were dug and altered to provide drainage set up for that new scheme, so that those real implementable engineering activities were undertaken on both those schemes following the discharge of planning conditions to formally implement them. Thereafter, the applicant has, as long as they like, to complete the development subject to the appropriate consents.
Thank you. I've got a number of other questions. Don't worry. I'll keep you going till lunchtime. Promise. Clearly, there is a problem with Clifton Road. One, how wide is the carriageway? Two, are there any proposals to widen the carriageway at all? Three, if there isn't, how can it be prevented from becoming a rat run through to Clarence Parade to avoid what is quite a difficult corner between Osborne Road and Clarence Parade?
Thank you, Councillor. I don't have a dimension on the actual carriageway. Put the photograph up, please, Alison, just to assist. My understanding from the plans is there's no, it's the position of the building that would change. So at the moment, on the western side, you can see the pavement proceeding north to south alongside the former casino building. I don't believe the carriageway would change in width for vehicles. Instead of that pavement, that's where the planting would go in, if approved. And then a new pavement would be inserted behind the planting in front of the building. So you're moving the building back 3 metres and flipping the pavement with some landscaping. The road is apparently 2 metres, the road itself, not the pavement, the road where the vehicles can pass is 2 metres at its narrowest. You can see it kink in a little bit on the right-hand side there. And then you move on, Councillor, to ask about the rat run. So it was helpful to hear from the architect that Clifton Road access is only for emergency vehicles. I can't find any, I don't doubt that is the intention. I can't find any statement that sets it out that clearly, but in the design and access statement we have, as you would imagine, various diagrams relating to different parts of the development, and the access page doesn't indicate it with dotted lines showing an in and out. I don't know on what basis the Highways Department have assessed it, but I think if they felt there was a danger with a rat run, they would have asked for that to be prevented in some manner, and they haven't done that. I think in any event, were planning consent to be granted today, that sort of detail could certainly be tied down by way of condition. As also in terms of whether or not the applicant in the future might decide to avoid that sort of pattern, in any event, they have the ability to either apply for planning permission for some sort of gating or to control it in any other way with bollards, for example, if were that to be an issue. And in terms of the construction, which clearly was also a concern of members of the public, in the event of a planning consent, there will be a construction management plan for a scale of this sort of development, and in particular with such a difficult narrow road as Clifton Road. Clearly that will need to be fully assessed, submitted and assessed by the Planning Department and the Highways Department. So I think that would be properly managed were that to be the scenario unfolding.
Coming to the buildings themselves, if we look at the effect of the proposed pavilion building on light coming in the evenings, especially in a winter evening, to the lower stories of Home Heights, has that been modelled, and what would the effect be on light into the lower stories of Home Heights building?
It has been modelled, and I will take you through to those slides, which I think we have here. There we are, Home Heights. Apologies, they're quite small. What they try to show is, but with shading, is, for example, that the rear of the unit, some loss of light, indicated by the hatching. That's on the ground floor. A bit clearer, perhaps, on the first floor. Different rooms have different effects. Some reduction in light. So it's a fully technical submission by the applicant. There are the British Research Establishment Guidelines are the accepted guidelines to make assessments on this. They are quantitative. There are measurements of light and sunlight, different measurements that go on and can be assessed. It's important to realise that the guidelines are not mandatory or applied overly rigidly. You may remember that with the Summers Orchard planning application a couple of years ago. So the guidance makes it clear that although there are numerical guidelines, these should be interpreted flexibly because natural lighting is one of many factors in site layout and design. So it's not an instrument of planning policy. I'm still quoting from the guidance. Its aim is to help rather than constrain the designer. In the areas where you can see it towards the backs of the rooms, as you can imagine, they're the rooms that would be most affected, the parts of the rooms with any loss of sunlight and daylight. Where the light is lost, it's to a negligible effect within the guidelines provided. So I'm not trying to minimise or dismiss the effect on residents. There would be some effect, but the technical report suggests it would not be severe. And then the point I made earlier on as well, throughout the report we've been at pains to be consistent with previous decisions. For example, permission 2 was granted. The difference now is that there's a listed building there, but the conservation area is the same conservation area as in 2012 when permission 2 was granted, and that's why there's no objection on the conservation area in that respect, or indeed on the seafront conservation area. But been at pains to be consistent in that way. And in the same manner, when permission 2 for the slightly taller building in places was granted to the immediate west of Home Heights, that's the same scenario as today. There's no change in circumstances there. So also for consistency reasons, there was not found to be sufficient harm then to withhold consent, and that is the same today.
Thank you, Simon. Anyone else?
Thank you, Chair. I just wonder if I could ask the officers if they found any evidence within the application that the pavilion building itself reflects any historical context or character of the surrounding conservation area.
Thank you, Councillor. It's a later building. Just turn up some of the details. It's had different uses. It was built as shops originally, we believe.
Apologies, Simon.
Yeah,
I think you're talking about the casino building.
Yes.
You're referring to the pavilion building as a new proposal.
I mean, for instance,
Obviously,
is the glazing, the balconies, the cladding, the 4th century, is that indicative of the character of the surrounding conservation
I'm
area?
sorry, I misunderstood.
if I draw you to paragraph 8.65, we certainly talk about some of the features there that we feel isn't appropriate for design. It's a general design point, but obviously that's the context issues. 8.63, the context is one within a conservation area, so we've broken down all the aspects of design within the context of heritage within those paragraphs. And yeah, we are concerned that the pavilion building is causing an adverse impact from its design in this location.
Oh, thank you.
Councillor Inman, did you have something?
Yes, the officer stated that the Highways Agency had asked for some work to be undertaken that the developer had ignored. Do we know what work that was and how it would have improved the plan?
Thank you, Councillor Inman. Yes, that was the Highways Department of the City Council. Principally, as I mentioned earlier, with respect to the safety of the proposed access of Clifton Road with the curve and the visibility question, more work was needed to be done there. That hasn't been carried out. They also asked some more questions about the parking survey. That also wasn't redone, but that wasn't a reason for refusal in their opinion. But indeed, the lack of information or further information upon the detailed visibility displays and management of that proposed access, unfortunately, haven't been provided. Almost certainly it's a matter that's resolvable, but to date it hasn't been.
Councillor Standen.
May I just again, partly for the assistance of new members, this is always a tricky one for reasons for refusal based on we don't have enough information. Obviously, we're obliged to consider the application based on the information in front of us. As Simon suggests, do we think if they had more time to go away and redesign that access and provide a little bit of information, it's plausible to provide a solution? yes, we do. I think that is probably plausible, and the consent could therefore have a planning condition added to it. But today that work hasn't been done, so we can't point to an approved plan to resolve the concerns of the Highway Authority, and thus it forms a reason for refusal. But it is a secondary one. It's not in principle usually it would be resolvable, but it is unfortunate when we have to have a reason for refusal based on inadequate information rather than saying we know exactly what's going on and what's going on is acceptable or not. We don't know how it will be done. But as I say, I do want to be fair to the applicants. We do anticipate it is resolvable through further design work in the future.
Councillor Standen.
Thank you, Chair. Just a couple of questions for the officers. Now, that bend on Clarence Parade has already been described by Councillor Mason as difficult. And basically what I want to know is, do officers think that putting another junction on that bend is a good idea? One. It's also a big bank of public parking bays there, pay and display public parking bays. How many do you think we will lose? Two. And is there anything to compensate for the loss of public parking in place? Three.
Thank you, Councillor Standen. So is it safe? Not currently. It hasn't been demonstrated as such, but as we've just said, we would expect that could be resolved with further technical details. Yes, it would result in some loss of parking, but until we have that bottomed out, exactly how wide and long the angle of visibility display, we can't see how many spaces, on-street spaces, would be taken. And so, I mean, and therefore, you've asked what compensation, would there be any compensation? No, that's not proposed. There will be a small number of spaces, I think, within the overall context of the wider parking position and the seafront. I don't think whether it's 2, 3 or 4, something like that, is sufficiently material or significant to amount to a reasonable refusal on that ground of parking.
Any more questions, please? Councillor Mason.
Coming back. For me, the whole thing hangs on the pavilion building. And in 865, you've written, on the pavilion building, the heavy use of standing seam, especially the vertical elements, is considered out of character. And the chimney elements are considered to be heavy. Could you expand a little on, A, what you consider to be the weaknesses of the design of the pavilion building, and B, to what extent should the committee take into consideration their ideas on design?
Thank you, Councillor. If we go back to the presentation, please, Alison. There's the pavilion building proposed in the context of the two neighbouring buildings. I think I can probably only repeat what I've said, so Ian might want to supplement it. But the difficulty of this building is its location between two other buildings and its prominence. It steps forward of any notional building line you could draw from the corner of Home Heights across to the southwest corner of the hotel. So it projects beyond that, and its scale, so its location and scale, are problematic in achieving a discrete building. So we feel it's in position there, as explained about the setting of the hotel, is the listed building is difficult to agree with. Then on to the detailed design. The overall conjunction of individual elements we don't feel sits happily in that location. There are, of course, different things going on with the historic Queen's Hotel, the late 20th century Home Heights to either side. So the architects had to decide how to try and deal with that treatment. But we're not convinced that as I said, the public-facing sides, which you can see there, the most public-facing sides, the west elevation, the south elevation, don't, to me, present a good relationship with the street in terms of having accesses and a clear front of the building. The gable end there with the chimney looks like the side of a building, somewhat out of character architectural elements with that strong chimney and the standing seam wrapping down and the many balconies. and the top heavy glazing as well in the top of the roof, a very contemporary approach, but again, not convinced at all that that is the correct approach. Ian, is there anything further you want to say?
No, I don't think there is. I would sort of just, I think a lot of what Simon's covered is, and you're quite right, Councillor Mason, to quote from 865 on the identity elements of design. The policy context we've utilised here is our emerging policy, which itself replicates national design guidance, which breaks down those different elements of what is good and poor design. And say it's that overall comment, and you'll see within there is a number of features of the design that we think are in themselves acceptable or even positive, but they are outweighed by negative features, which Simon's just taken you through, which means in its context, say in this location, that building is not the appropriate response. It may be too big overall, it may be not inappropriate scale, but poor appearance and identity and other built form concerns. But say we have to look at not what would be an alternative building, we have to look at this building as a whole, hence we've done that full analysis of the different attributes of design and provided that, I hope, in full in those 8.6 issue of the report.
I have a question. The chimney stacks, are there 4 and are they usable or are they just for design purposes?
You know what, Councillor, I've never actually checked. I think it's purely design. The architects nodded to me helpfully. It's a design feature as opposed to a practical function.
Any more questions, folks? This is your time. Otherwise, we'll move on to comments.
Chair, I have my light on. And
oh, I'm so sorry, Peter. How could I?
Not first time I've been ignored, but I'm happy to make myself known. My question is about the size of the development and its proximity to the common. I think everyone in the room is going to be of the view that the Queen's Hotel is a jewel and Southsea Common is an absolute jewel for the city. So I think let's take that one as read. But also, these sorts of situations arise all along the coast, and gradually I see that on the developed areas, the infill goes in to increase the number of residences close to such areas. And I mean, I live myself down close by South Parade Pier, and that has seen several new developments over the years that are putting more people and places into those spaces. So can the officers give any context about how were this building, and I agree with Councillor Mason, I think the pavilion is the critical one to look at here, would that amount of mass on a seafront be kind of typical, or do other places tend to have even more developments? This is a 100-year decision, you know, these things don't change very quickly.
If I may assist, and with apologies, I'm not sure the question is the right one. There are seafronts and there are seafronts, as you say. Southsea is a jewel. Where we identify areas that are a jewel, what we do is we make them conservation areas. So are there areas of the seafront where additional mass and large buildings, maximising those views and all those things, are appropriate responses? Absolutely. What we have here, though, is it is primarily, I would suggest, and this is a personal professional view, a conservation area and within the setting of a listed building, and secondary, it's one on the seafront. Obviously, part of that special character is the seafront, but it's Owen's conservation area. You could have built one another place, one could assume. So I think in this case, the question isn't, is the right mass for a seafront location? And there will be loads of examples where there's perhaps less heritage or different constraints or different plots and sizes where buildings of this scale, nay, larger scale, would be appropriate. The question I think we need to look at is, in this context, in a conservation area, adjacent to listed buildings, is this the appropriate scale? So we've got concerns about that heritage impact and the design. So I'm not saying the scale elements to that, but you can do other things with materiality and identity that might change the visual understanding of scale. So I can't say that scale is entirely wrong. A different building at the same scale for this conservation area and the seafront might work. So again, it's that danger of hypotheticals. But say it's looking, and I would just invite you to consider, well, actually, it's not just any seafront. It is a conservation area. It is next to those listed buildings, and obviously, as you say, part of that character is, of course, the seafront. And when we talk about vistas and views, we have that particular implication of there will be those people on Southsea Common looking at the listed buildings and looking at home heights, etc., to factor all of those matters in.
Thank you, Ian. And could I just add, the word infill was used. I don't think it is an infill. It's not like the gap on the Osborne Road where you've got strong buildings facing the public realm alongside the road and a gap site and wanting to fill it. This is, I wouldn't call it a gap site. This is the setting for the fine now listed hotel that doesn't have a history of large buildings there until Home Heights was placed there. But from the historic maps, there were buildings that fronted onto Osborne Road that had smaller buildings descending south towards the seafront, but there's never been, as far as I can see, a large building there. So I don't see it as an infill. I see it as an insertion into a setting.
Thank you, guys. Any more questions? Okay. Let's move on to comments then. Councillor.
Thank you, Chair. I'm sitting here struggling to see how I can vote in favour for this application. We've already lost some historical buildings within Southsea recently. I wouldn't like to be seen as approving the loss of more, such as the old casino. As stated by the officers, the area is in a conservation area named Owen Southsea, as Thomas Ellis Owen designed a lot of the buildings. I want to recommend that we follow the officer's advice and refuse the application based on policy PCS 23, design and conservation, as I fail to see how the zinc cladding, protruding balconies and the scale of the building meets the policy requirements. With the area being so pivotal to immediate vicinity, including the Common and the War Memorial, we really do need to ensure we get this right today, and unfortunately I don't think the design does. I therefore propose we refuse the application.
Thank you. Councillor Hunt.
Yes, that's great. So as the officers say, the setting is really important of the listed building. It is an important listed building, and this committee, over many, many years, going back to Councillor Symes' time when she was actually on the Southsea Town Council as well, and she achieved the listing of the Common, I believe, if I remember rightly. So this is a very important. This is a very important area, not least because we have 11 million people coming to visit RC, and they expect to see Thomas Ellis Owen's Southsea. And so protective of it are we that when Rees Hall, round the corner, it was knocked down, and then the Georgian or the Edwardian facade fell down when they were supposed to keep it. The council ordered the developers to rebuild it as it was. And you can see what they achieved with that. And of course, all around the city too, I'm not buying into the argument that the casino building can't be reused, can't be redeveloped, because we see buildings everywhere. Churches in Victoria Road South and at Rudmore and at Henderson Road, for example, all of them have flats in now where new floors have been put in through the building. And indeed, we're seeing our Victorian homes gutted all over the city in favour of HMOs, where they're putting new floors in all over the shop too. So I have considered everything very carefully, like Councillor Inman. But I think we also, as a committee, have to talk about the planning balance, which the officers wanted us to hear from us. And one thing that struck me was that the residence building is not sufficiently subservient to the listed building. I think that's really important. When you first see the CGIs on the screen, it's really, you get really excited about the regeneration of Southsea and our city generally. and you see these new buildings coming along and you want to get involved with that, and it's kind of tempting to want to go with the new building. But being excited isn't a good planning reason to do something. So it's very, on the other hand too, I considered very much the traffic issues, and I actually believe that if this were to go ahead, that there would be an improvement for people actually in Clifton Terrace or Clifton Road. They might disagree with me, but I think there would probably be an improvement. And indeed, we heard from the offices that the new road coming out to the south could be dealt with by way of conditions. So I've considered those too. And it's very difficult for us because you have to make these comments up as you go along. You know, we get presented with evidence from residents and the applicant and the officers, and you have to try and build up a proper reason for refusing. And I think that having considered all of those things and more, that it is true that the benefits of this application are outweighed by the harms. And this is due to, as the officers have described in their reports from 1 to 6, that the buildings, the design of the buildings by way of their mass, both buildings by way of their mass scale, rhythm, and the fact that as I mentioned just now, that the residence building is not subservient to the recipient building. That's really, really important, I think. And of course, the proposed building to the west of Home Heights does not relate well to the listed building and spoils the views of the listed building. So therefore, the harms do outweigh the advantages, which were also described by the planning officers earlier. And of course, I also considered the view of the applicant's heritage expert that this new building would mitigate the appearance of Home Heights along that stretch. But as the officers said, you don't hide one bad building. In my opinion, the style is bad, with another building that's not suitable. So I've considered all of those things. I'm sure I've considered some other things, but I hope that I've explained why I'm happy to second the proposal for refusal as described by the officers in their report and by English Heritage.
Thank you, Councillor Hunt.
Many thanks to everybody who's come along and given their time today.
Please, from the floor.
Thank you, Chair. I think we could all agree that the site of the old casino does need to be redeveloped. But I do have a problem with the 7 stories. It does feel like an overdevelopment and too high, especially when surrounding buildings are 3 to 4 stories in height. But for me, that isn't really the biggest issue we've got in front of us. I think it's the pavilion. Not only would it be blocking the view from the Common and Clarence Parade of such a wonderful building, it's also going to be sat, within the grounds of a Grade 2 listed building. The design of the pavilion itself, with its large glazing, heavy balconies, cladding, and the large central chimney, for me, it doesn't enhance the conservation area at all. So I'll be supporting Councillor Inman's recommendation today.
Thank you, Maddie. Any more comments, please? Councillor Mason.
Thank you. There were 2 elements to this. One is the residence, and the other... One is the residence, and the other is the pavilion. I think that the architects have done a very sensible approach to the residence by reducing it making sure that the top is set back. Were it just for that which were before us today, I'd be inclined to vote in favour of it. But we have the pavilion. The pavilion is a new style building, there's nothing wrong with that, in a conservation area. And our general understanding of new buildings in conservation areas is that they should enhance the conservation area. This one, it is true, in a peculiar way, does enhance it by hiding probably the biggest planning mistake ever made in Portsmouth, which is Home Heights. But that said, its design does not fit well with the Queen's Hotel. It does not enhance the view of the Queen's Hotel. In fact, from some areas, it obscures the view of the Queen's Hotel. The design of the building is interesting, but I think the point has been very well made that we seem to be having the end-on view, the sideways view of a building where the main entrance to the building is actually hidden from us. It really doesn't, there's something seriously amiss about that design. And I think it is partly the way in which it is faced, that it faces straight across to Home Heights, that the entrance is there. Partly it is the excessive use, perhaps, of the cladding, the zinc, when you're trying to enhance what is a brick, an old-fashioned style brick building in the Queen's Hotel. I don't think it does it, and therefore I am, with some reluctance, I think, going to vote against this proposal.
I'm terribly sorry. We're supposed to talk about the fallback position, and I completely agree with the officers, having seen the applicant's junior barrister's advice and listened to what the officers said. I actually believe that P1 and P2 are not capable of being developed for the reasons that the officers described to us.
Thank you, Councillor Hunt. Go ahead.
So this decision reminds me why I was quite grateful to step back from the Planning Committee about a year ago, and I'm now brought back as a substitute on occasions, because as 8.1 says, there are clearly both positive and negative aspects about this development. I've listened to the other people speak on the committee with their reservations about the execution that we see on the table in front of us, and I'm aware that that is the one that we have to make our decision upon. But I'm just going to make a couple of comments because I think I'm going to go the other way, almost expecting to be outvoted in that process, because I think there are some important things that made me think about what we should be doing here. This is a big decision we're making because absolutely protecting the seafront and the South Sea Common and then the first wave of buildings back is so really very, very important. And buildings go up for a long, long time. So the decision we make now is important. However, I cycled in today past the Queen's Hotel. I came along Clarence Parade, and before I got to the beautiful Queen's Hotel, there was a low-quality set of hoardings, and again, with respect to, I know some residents are here from Home Heights, so this is quite difficult for a local politician to be saying. You know, that is not the world's most beautiful building, and that was kind of, as I came around the corner, that was dominating what I saw there. When I got a little bit further round, then I see the Queen's Hotel, which is a really lovely building, completely different to almost anything else in the city. So it doesn't kind of, it's not, we talk about this Owens Conservation Area, you know, if you were proposing to put that in the middle of another part of the Owens Conservation Area, we might say no, it's a big brown brick building, it doesn't look like all the other ones. Now, I like the Queen's Hotel, and it's been in that place, it absolutely shouldn't be taken away or anything done to it. But as I got round further, and I then looked back from the common into the city, it's like a broken tooth, a missing tooth, that space. If we turn this application down, it is possible the applicants will come up with a P1, P2, P45, I don't know. It is possible that basically nothing happens, or for 10 years we sit with this broken tooth. So the consideration I'm also thinking about is, do I want to keep cycling past a broken tooth for the next 10 years? If it was taken forward, it would bring life back to that area of Osborne Road. It would uplift that. I'm very positive about the proposals for the current casino, because it's no longer a casino, it's now more or less a derelict building. I agree the pavilion is the more challenging question. But it would at least provide updated landscaping. I'm the Cabinet Member for Transport. I'm pretty sure the transport issues can be resolved in terms of the road access. There is an underlying problem with a number of vehicles across the city, and KZ parking zone is at the forefront of that. But that's a bigger one we've got to resolve over the next 25 years outside of the scope of this. I'm minded about, is it 8.14, which talks about areas which are suitable for high density living, and that this is an area that qualifies. You know, there are buses, there are shops, you don't have to go very far to live your life. Most of the people, I think, who are going to move there are not going to be wanting to commute all the way through the island and off the island to somewhere else. They're buying into the idea of being close to the seafront, close to the common, living in Southsea. And if we don't do these types of things in these places which are good, high-density living opportunities in the city, we put more pressure on all the other parts of the city because we've got a hammer above our head which says we've got to build stuff. So later today, we're going to be talking about pushing HMOs into places where I'm really uncomfortable about doing it, but unfortunately don't have the legal wherewithal to often stop. So we have to think about these wider city implications of the decisions we make on really big things like this. So in the almost certain expectation of losing, I will propose the officer's recommendation.
Chairman, just because the officer's recommendation is to refuse.
As ever, I've been away too long. I would propose to overturn the officer's recommendation.
And do we have a seconder? I think that'll be a no.
I was going to say, can we have some reasons? But if we haven't got a
yes.
seconder, that might not be.
We don't need any reasons.
I think it improves the overall amenity for the city through improving the wider streetscape when viewed from the common, as well as providing strong economic benefits to the Southsea area over time. However, since I can see no one coming with me, I don't know whether it's going to get very far.
Thank you, Councillor Candlish. Any more comments? Or shall we go to a vote? So we have the position of going to against first. All those in favour of not having this? What have I done wrong? What did I say?
The officer's recommendation is to refuse.
Oh, yeah.
I'm assuming the member is including the updates from the SMAT. So it would be to refuse planning permission for the reasons set out in the report and the update.
Thank you, Julia. All those in favour of refusing? 1, 2... 6, yeah. And all those for?
Those against.
Those against, Stephen. Yeah, thank you. And all those who would like to not, to abstain? None, thank you. Okay, we have a decision. Thank you, folks. If you're here for this, you can go on home now and then get into the sun. Thank you, everyone, for coming along. We're going to do the Omega Centre now, okay? Can we have the 5 minutes after the Omega Centre? Do you need it now? Okay, you're right. 10 minutes? Is that okay? Meet back here in 10 minutes then. we waiting for? Is it Joe? Just Joe? Thank you, Joe. Okay, everybody. So we're moving on to look at Omega Centre. I know it's out of the list, but I'm chairing for this one as well, so it makes sense. So, can we have a presentation by who's doing it? David, thank
myself.
you.
Yes, thank you, Chair. So, yes, this application relates to the Omega Centre on Omega Street, and it involves the conversion of the existing building for its use as a special educational needs school, with associated alterations and refurbishment to that building and new buildings within the grounds, and the extension of the site into the adjacent parkland. So you can see the site there lined in red, and you can also see the blue line, which indicates the remainder of the land holding held by PCC. So the application comes to you because it is a PCC scheme involving more than 250 square metres of new build. So you see the site there, we're about 800 metres from where we are at the moment. So close to the city centre, and you can see the site adjacent to the Ark Ayrton Primary School, bottom right. So this is the existing site plan. You have an Edwardian building, which I understand was originally constructed as a school. A separate building referred to as a theatre, which is top right. A number of mature established trees, shrubs and hedges surrounding the site, and an open parking area to the south, which will be formalised as part of the scheme. So, as part of the proposals, the historic school building will be changed from its current use for community uses into the SEN school. There's minor internal and external alterations to the building itself. A principal new element is in the courtyard, which is a new extension. So it's just to the left, Simon. In there, that'll be added as a new entrance to the school, and you can see a series of solar panels will also be added. In addition, the separate ancillary building, the theatre building to the top right, will be extended, and this will become, as you'll see, canteen and food tech area. And then to the south is again a brand new building, which will be a classroom building, and we'll see the layout in a little bit. And you can just see to the south that the parking area will be formalised and laid out as part of the scheme. So what's that mean? Just looking at the Edwardian building on the left, you can see that's laid out in a variety of classrooms, office spaces, and exactly the kind of uses that you would expect a school to need. Just to highlight the new entrance, which will be created there, which will be the new element, and you'll see in a little bit more detail. And we'll look at the new building floor plans in a little bit more detail as we go through the presentation. So again, on the first floor, very much what you'd expect to see, a series of classrooms, common rooms, toilets, offices and facilities for the proposed school. And there's a mezzanine within the building on the next slide, which again will provide some facilities of toilets for the staff and pupils. So the principal alteration to the main building on the site is this new entrance. This can be, looking at it in a flat plane, can give a somewhat sort of misleading impression of its sort of effect and impact on the building. hence we've got some of the 3D views and a CGI to come. But just to show that it's deliberately designed as a contemporary addition to the building. Having said that, it's respectful in terms of details, so it will be built in red brick to match. You can see in the bottom right how the string course matches that on the existing building and picks up the level of the existing sill height on the historic floor level just to the left there. And then you can see in the bottom left view how it will sit within the courtyard of the building, and very much as a subservient addition to it, but an obviously modern one. And also just to highlight how it picks up the steep pitches that you can see on the main building to reflect those in the design. The roof design is a standing seam roof, and the deliberately contrasting material as a modern material, but picks up, matched with the traditional brick walls. So just to see how that would look in terms of looking from various views from the site. So looking at the bottom, you're on the south side, so where the car park would be, and you can see the relationship of the main building to the proposed new building. So bottom right is the new classroom building. And then looking up from the top, you can see the extensions to the ancillary theatre building off to the left, which are very much subservient to that building, and that would be the view from the park to the north. So just for the some detail on the kitchen block extensions, again, very much designed as contemporary and subservient additions to this building, which nonetheless give it additional floor space and practicality for the proposed school use. And again, with the same design materials and features of the extension. Just looking at the floor plan for that building, that will be a food tech building plus dining hall kitchen and a workshop, and our understanding is these are key elements to the proposed use. Big emphasis on those facilities. The food tech is in the historic part of the building and utilises the existing openings that face north over the park. Now, the classroom building on the south elevation, this is an entirely separate new building. You've got, again, picking up the same design approach so that there will be consistency across the site, same materials, same pitches. And just looking at the floor plan of that, you can see that's laid out as a series of smaller individual teaching spaces. Just to clarify, you can see the south spaces, which is space is 4 to 7. There's no windows indicated on those, but there are roof lights, which you can see on the bottom. So those 4 roof lights will give light into those particular rooms. But my understanding is they are deliberately don't have an outlook from a window for design reasons. Just a factor that you'll notice from the report, so there are removal of trees as part of the scheme. So there are 4 trees, which are the larger ones highlighted. As you see from the report, these are either Category B, Category C or Category U trees, so not the most important trees on the site. The sweet chestnut is Cat C in the top right, but it allows removal of that tree, which will benefit the Category A sweet chestnut tree that's adjacent. So that will be a benefit of the most important tree on the site. And there will be replacement planting proposed as part of the scheme. Just to take you to some CGIs, apologies, they're a little bit dark on the slide, but that gives you some view of the extension in the context of the building, and it's a lot. And also on the bottom, you've got the new buildings again set against the context of the original building on the site to give you a better idea of how those buildings and extensions will work together. Just some views of the site that you can see, and top left is the existing view into the park. So as part of the proposals, the scheme will extend partly into the park. within PCC, the education team has discussed with the parks team about the relocation of the existing play area and equipment elsewhere within the park, and our understanding is there's general agreement to resolve that and sort those issues out. Just a couple of matters just to draw your attention in the report. If you look at 5.3, which is the ecologist comment, just an apology, it looks, if you read those, as if we missed a line off, because it just ends as and. But just to confirm that the ecologist comments requested conditions relating to BNG, which is condition 10, external lighting strategy, which is condition 9, and then the bat mitigation measures, which is condition 8. But I think somehow the end of that sentence unfortunately got cut off. So looking at the, there's no further updates from the SMAT, with the recommendations and conditions in the report, we recommend the scheme for approval, Chair.
Thank you, David. Now we'll have a presentation from the architect, or from, who is it? Alison Critchley.
Thank you. Alison Critchley from the Education Department. I'll just be very brief, but I thought it might be helpful to give the committee an overview of our increasing need for special school places. Portsmouth, in common with other places in the country, has seen a really significant increase both in the number of children with special educational needs and in the complexity of need. And whilst for many children a mainstream school place is the right place, for some of the children they do need specialist provision. We have worked on these proposals very closely with Solent Academies Trust, who run Mary Rose, Redwood Park and Cliffdale, and the proposal is that the school would formally be part of the proposed provision would be formally part of the Mary Rose Academy, which supports children in Portsmouth with the most complex needs, and which is why and the whole design reflects the needs of those children. So, for example, in the extension, you saw the very small classrooms for children who need some time just to be on their own with their support teacher. We have been successful in Portsmouth, thanks to investment from the council previously, in providing sufficient specialist places so that generally children with special educational needs in Portsmouth are able to receive a really great education locally in the city, which is good for those children. It's also good for the council's budget because we're not spending lots of money on transport or independent placements. But given the numbers of children and that level of need, we need to continue to invest to stay in that situation. It's fantastic to have the opportunity of the Omega building as a former school to be able to bring that into life as a school again, and the opportunity to be able to meet the needs of the children with the most complex needs in a new, well-designed building that meets those needs is a really great opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Alison. Andrew?
Thank you, Chair. We're very pleased that the significant scheme for us as a council and architecturally and educationally is being recommended for approval by the case officers and the planners. I thought it would be interesting for the committee to hear the thinking behind the designs, both architecturally and from an education perspective. So the design presented here is a result of a lengthy and detailed process of engagement, consultation and collaboration between the Solent Academies Trust, who would run this as the school, PCC's education team, headed by Alison, and HMB's capital projects team, which I represent. Our relationship with the Trust and with education colleagues goes back to the original Mary Rose special school building in Milton, which some of you might be aware of, and it's based on many successful projects where our design approach, internally and externally, has been refined. So the design for the development of the Omega Centre is the end point of this lengthy iterative process, which helped us to develop an understanding of how these young people are taught and how this teaching is delivered successfully, what works, and more importantly, what doesn't.
This has been a collaboration between all the stakeholders, the delivery teams, that's me and my team, the client team, Alison, and of course the Academy Trust's team, who've been extremely generous with their time, both for this project and for other projects that we're doing for Education Too. So as my colleagues outlined, the needs of these young people are urgent, complex, and they're profound. The school environment needs to be required is special in every sense of the word. And if you have a chance to visit one of these settings, it's well worth it. It's extraordinary. And you get to see the teaching in context. It's really well worth it. So some of the spaces, as my planning colleagues have outlined, may look unusual. They may look very small. They may look a little bit difficult if you're used to looking at normal schools. But experience has shown, this experience that we've gained by working with the Academy Trust, that these smaller individual rooms make a dramatic difference to the young people's well-being, allowing them safe, distraction-free spaces required to regulate and prepare to learn. I must admit, when I first started designing these things a number of years, I thought we can't possibly do rooms of this scale. They're absolutely horrible. And then I experienced live seeing a young woman, a young girl who was being taught there, who'd never left her bedroom basically at home until she knew she had a safe place to be taught, and then was able to experience the rest of it. So they might look a bit odd to us, but they are based on experience. And the school community represents the end of these young people's education journey in many cases. Some of the teaching spaces therefore designed around a curriculum that aims to prepare students for the adult world of work. And our planning colleagues mentioned the food technology space that models where food comes from in the allotments, how it's prepared, how you prepare the food, how it's delivered, and then they can see across, the young people can see across the dining space to the actual kitchen where people are working to provide food. So it says what you're doing here is similar to what you might be doing there and what you might be doing as a job. So the idea is that a lot of the design work sort of left to right as well as up and down. The Academy Trust have got agreements with many local businesses, over a dozen, who provide work experience opportunities, which are very valuable. So locating the new school at the Amiga Centre places the specialist teaching expertise immediately adjacent to a mainstream primary school, Arcaton, that we've mentioned already, and the opportunity to share knowledge with this school, a prospect that both the schools are excited by. And we're also very close to Charter Academy and to St Edmunds secondary schools in the heart of the city. So that's our methodology. What about the design? And this is brief. So what does it look like in practice? And I don't intend to repeat the design access statement here. There's not enough time, and the planning colleagues have done that already. But just to summarise the overarching principles of the design. So the Amiga Centre is a valuable historic building and a rare survivor of the post-war redevelopment of this part of Somers Town. It does, however, require significant investment to preserve its future. The centre was built originally as a school in the late 19th century, and this proposed use I'd like to submit is sensitive to that original purpose by returning it to a formal education setting. Our intent is to refurbish the existing building, renewing out-of-date or non-functioning elements and repairing the historic fabric where necessary, then extending to provide the required accommodation for the school, using traditional materials in a modern, robust and low-maintenance way. There are 4 small extensions shown in the application documents. We're proposing to use the same materials and detailing for each of these to give a clear demarcation between the new and the old. This consistency will also help the young people understand the new environment by providing visual consistency. The landscape design is really important for this scheme as well. Inside and outside spaces are critical for the education of these young people, and we followed a very similar process and has been developed alongside the building design. So the aim of the development is to provide a cohesive estate for the school where the proposed extensions work in harmony with the existing building to create a robust and sustainable learning environment that allows the whole school community to thrive. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrew. We've had a request from Councillor Susie Horton to make a little deputation. Is that okay with everybody? Yeah. Go for it, Susie.
Hi, thank you. As I said at the beginning, I had been involved in the initial decision-making around this and therefore couldn't stay on the committee, but I just want to just use this opportunity to give a couple of kind of contextual bits of information that I'm hoping that the committee are already considering it's a positive thing. Just one quick point is this building is actually owned by the Elementary Education Foundation. This is something that goes back to 1870, and the reason I'm mentioning it is loads and loads of councils found themselves in a situation where they inherited old buildings, and as Andrew has just highlighted, it actually costs a lot of money to maintain those. And Portsmouth kept hold of some, and this is one of them. So it is really, it's a real kind of reward in a way for persevering and keeping those buildings and not cashing them in and flogging them off as a lot of places did. But I also think this is a really good example of our internal architects team working with other, this is the advantage of having internal architects working with other departments in the council, that whole one council thing, that actually I hope you feel like I can feel, and when we look at that and hear Andrew and Alison talking, is that the heart of this planning application are people, and it feels like there's a lot of thought gone into the experiences of what is actually the most vulnerable children in the city are going to be able to take advantage of. The challenges around SEND are known nationally. Councils all over the country are going into financial measures because of the costs of them, and in actual fact we have to date, and this is another example of us desperately trying our best to meet the needs of those children to the highest standards, but also keeping them close, because these children, if we didn't have facilities like this, would be leaving the city boundaries to go to other schools, which would probably be high cost, well, they will be a high cost to the council. So we know that complexity is increasing, we know that need is increasing, and how great is it then to have this opportunity to bring an old tired building, which was in our trust, to be able to work with architects and create this outstanding provision with a provider in the city that is outstanding in the eyes of Ofsted as well. So I'm hoping that all members of the committee will see that this is a really, really good opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Horton. We'll go to questions.
Okay then, so I'll ask questions before I make a comment. So at 8.5, trees and biodiversity, can somebody explain to me how a council application cannot achieve 10% biodiversity gain, or have I read it wrong? I know that the trees are coming down. I understand the need for that to achieve what the officers and Councillor Horton describes. I get that. I still don't understand how there's no attempt to do 10% biodiversity gain in the centre of our city, adjacent to a park, when we'd be considering things like bat boxes, bird boxes, bees, all the sorts of things you can do around masonry bees nowadays in buildings. It seems to be absolutely, just not even a nod to it, just, oh, let's do it off-site.
Thank you, Chair. Occasionally it's challenging with these urban sites to be able to meet the 10% increase. You've got a situation where we do have a number of established trees. Some of those trees, unfortunately, will be removed to facilitate the development, and it's just in this case we do need to get to the 10% to do some off-site contributions. It's not unusual. It will happen sometimes on sites. It'll be easy to provide the 10% because of the nature of them, but just in this case we need to do an off-site requirement to comply with the regulations, and as I say, we seek to secure that. So overall we will meet the 10% by BNG.
So what does 10% off-site look like, may I ask?
In effect, it's a credit scheme whereby through the legal agreement, they will make a contribution and we will provide that biodiversity net gain in a different site where we know either through control or by buying credits elsewhere they can make those improvements on a site nearby. The further the site is away from the city, the more expensive it is, so it's better to be locally focused.
All right, what does 10% biodiversity net gain look like on a site like this, how would it be achieved or not? I mean, do bird boxes come into it? Do bat boxes come into it? Do facilities for bees and other insects come into it or not?
Yes, so it's hugely complex, is the short answer, because you're considering lots of factors like existing vegetation within the site, like the potential for some of those protected species to be present, and there's a bat survey, for example, for this scheme, but it indicated that there was low prospect of there actually being bats on the site, and you have to put that into a very complex matrix, all those potential impacts and facilities, subtract the harms that you get from removal of the trees, increasing the footprint, etc., and then devise a benefit to get you to that 10%. So all of those things that you said are potentially factors in delivering BNG. But off the top of my head, to tell you all of the factors that have gone into this particular scheme will take us a long time to do. But it is a complex procedure in which many facets are put into the mix before getting to that 10% metric.
One last stab at it then. Were these discussions had in the way that I described about birds? I heard what you said about the bat survey and so on. Were these discussions actually had?
Yes. So if you look at the list of documents submitted with the application, which is 3.7, so you'll see that it's accompanied by a biodiversity survey and report at 0.5. So they had looked at that and considered that, and that's where we get to the conclusion that we can't deliver 10% on site because of the nature of the scheme, and that's why we need to go for the off-site provision.
Councillor Mason.
Can you bring up the floor plans for the new buildings, please?
Particularly the classroom or the kitchen?
Kitchen. How is that kitchen at the bottom of the screen lit? Because there were no windows. There would appear to be no fresh air possibility. So how is it lit? How is it ventilated?
So there's no opening shown onto the plan. It's my understanding is it's the catering kitchen rather than the pupils' food tech room, which is to the north. It would need to be mechanically ventilated, and that would be an issue I'd expect to be dealt with at the building reg stage.
And so how is it lit? There are no windows.
So it needs to be artificially lit from inside.
Is this really acceptable? Can you explain why it is acceptable to have in a building, a new building, no natural light and no natural ventilation?
It's a functional space. It's not unusual in my experience of such spaces to not necessarily have openings because of the nature of the activities going on in there. So whereas within the other spaces that you can see, you'd expect to have light and an outlook, it's an operational working space, and on balance we're satisfied that that doesn't make the scheme unacceptable as a whole if the kitchen doesn't have a window in it.
Councillor Candlish.
I want to go back a little bit to the biodiversity, but from a slightly different place. I was interested that Councillor hadn't picked it up. I was going to come to it from the parking. Can you just put up the overall layouts? That's probably better. So when we saw the new centre, there was and a new entrance. There was a nice tree and a nice courtyard. Thought about it. But I want to understand if anything could be done with the car park. So is there any evidence that we thought about things like electric vehicles? There's a reference to bicycles and bike shelter provision, what's going to happen there. And we also usually look now to see whether there's consideration for better drainage solutions than are currently in place. Was that thought about at all? Because things like, you know, the grasscrete squares not only enable better drain off of water, but they also provide a little bit more green as well.
So, yes, a number of issues in there. So you'll see there is a condition to deliver on the cycle parking. We're satisfied that the applicant can deliver an adequate level of cycle parking for the scheme's needs within the site. There's plenty of space to be able to do that. Just because the scheme creates hard surfaces for, in effect, circulation play areas, they don't need to be impermeable surfaces. So we can still deal with permeable hard surfaces, even if they're not green, and on that particular plan. And again, there's a condition, number 5, to cover surface drainage. In terms of e-charging, that didn't come up, to be honest, from the Highways Authority in terms of a particular requirement. Again, I could see the opportunity to include at least one space within that scope because of the space that you've got around those parking spaces. So that's, again, that's not beyond the applicant's ability to be able to do, I would have thought.
Councillor Hunt.
Let Councillor Inman go first.
Go on then, Councillor.
Thank you, Chair. So on polling day, I was at St Nicholas Church on Battenberg Road, which is opposite the Family Assessment Centre. At 8:30 that morning, there was 19 17-seater minibuses turned up with children on board. And I've just wondered, and I've just been looking at 8.16, the Transport and Highways report. It doesn't actually mention where these minibuses, which I'm guessing would be needed, would actually pull up and unload. And I was just wondering if at the planning stage, is this something that we should be considering?
Yes, yeah, I mean, clearly it's a potential impact. A difference between, obviously, this site and the adjacent school is the lower numbers of pupils attending. And again, as you've heard, a particular benefit is that pupils will be coming from the city rather than further away and requiring more transport. So it's an accessible site. We can expect that pupils can travel there by foot, by public transport, by bike, as well as potentially buses and private transport. Within the scope of the numbers indicated, all schools are busy at drop-off and pick-up time. But I don't feel any reason in relation to the numbers indicated for the school enrolment that it wouldn't be that the highway network wouldn't be able to cope with that, bearing in mind a sustainable location. And again, the Highways Authority didn't flag that as an issue that they felt they were was a reason for refusal.
Councillor Hunt.
May I also ask that the 7 trees that are going to be proposed, you know, some mature trees are coming down, how big are they going to be? Because I know we do have a scale of these things. And what sort of trees would they be? For example, I would hope maybe we would see fruit trees, plums and apples and so on, where these young people can understand. We heard about how they would learn about food inside, and actually see it growing in the grounds might be something positive. What sort of trees are they going to be? Any idea? And whereabouts will they be?
So this is a good plan to show. So you can see some of the proposed new tree planting, mainly to the south, around where the parking area is. That's my understanding of where it will go. Condition 6 requires the implementation of that, and I'd have to just double check if we have already agreed those exact species. It's something we normally deal with as a condition. And we would take our arboriculturalist's advice on the appropriate species to go in there in relation to size and space for them to grow.
Councillor Mason.
Coming back to the old Omega building, the old building, how will it be possible for anyone who is disabled to reach the first floor? Is there a lift in there, or how is it being managed? Because looking at that, I did not see a public lift to get from the ground floor to the first floor.
Chair, if possible, if we could just ask the applicant, they've indicated they...
Of course, yeah.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, there is a lift, Councillor Mason. If you look at the top left-hand, perhaps the red dot could get, there we go. So that extension was built in 1992 with the staircase, and there is a lift which will service as part of this project, which gives access to the first floor.
Thank you.
I have a question, really. What would be the harm in putting some windows into that kitchen? I wouldn't want to work in a situation where there's no daylight all day. It's not fair.
Thank you, Chair, and I appreciate this isn't meant to be a conversation, but there's a technical reason why we've had to restrict the amount of openings in that elevation, which is about fire spread between the two buildings. So we've included the maximum amount of open glazing that the regulations, building regulations, not planning regulations, will allow us to.
Seems a shame for the people who are working there all day. Questions? No?
On that point, I tend to agree with both of you. Could we go back and look at that, the new building? Because I remember there are two small windows in the office and the one next door. So there's this is office and lobby. There are windows there, or are they doors?
One's a door, one's a window.
Mm.
Can't have any light pods or anything coming in from the roof? Sorry, I shouldn't be asking that, really, should I?
Chair, so we do need to determine the application on its merits, not seek to redesign the scheme in the committee. So noted under sort of the concern about the kitchen, you've had an explanation from the architect that there's a technical reason for doing that under building regs. For us as officers, it isn't the straw that tips the camel's back on the acceptability of the scheme, bearing in mind the substantial benefits that we derive from that, and that it's perhaps not unexpected if you were working in a commercial kitchen in many of the places in the city. You wouldn't necessarily expect all of those to have openings and an outlook, but point noted, but for us it's not a reason for refusal because it doesn't outweigh the significant benefits that we're getting from the scheme overall.
Thank you. Councillor Perry.
Yeah, can I ask that the broken line that's next to the chair, is that like an open hatch into that building? So would light coming from there?
Potentially, yes. It's potentially a serving hatch, and there's also a door, as you can see in there.
So they could have natural light coming in through that service hatch?
They could have borrowed light coming in through there from the... and the dining hall is dual aspect, so it does benefit from a good degree of light.
Just leave the doors open. Okay, any more questions? If not, we move on to comments, please. Councillor Hunt.
Well, unfortunately, I'm not happy with it at all, not least for the scant regard, as I make out, to nature. I may not win this, and also the fact we are the council, and we're expecting somebody who works for the council or an education department to go into a kitchen and have no view or outlook. Yeah, maybe commercial premises around the city do that, but we are the council, for heaven's sake, and we can't give somebody some fresh air or a window. So I'm going to ask if the committee might agree with me to defer it and see if it comes back again with some improvements following the discussion here today.
How do we feel? Do people want to defer this because of the light in the kitchen? I mean, no, I think is the answer. Sorry, Peter.
Chair, maybe we could, if other people put some comments out first, and then we see where it gets to at the end. So I wanted to applaud the people-centric, or at least pupil-centric thinking behind the design. That's really nice to see and to also hear and understand. It helps as the person on the committee. Pardon me. I agree with Councillor Hunt. I think as the council, we have been a little bit unambitious, or if we have been more ambitious, that ambition hasn't come through about the presentation of the broader green environment in which this sits. And I'm nervous in 3.5 that we talk about taking out a bit of parkland and putting it back with hard surfacing. I just generally feel more could be done in that area. And then we've also had these comments on the light.
Thank you. Comments from anyone else, please?
While I retain a concern about a lack of natural light, I think that we can note that for the building regulations, and the building regulations group are pretty hot on these things. So given that, I will propose the officer's recommendation.
And do we have a seconder? Councillor Inman?
I don't know if anybody knows, I'm newly elected, but I do work in the pub industry, and I know many kitchens that don't have any windows, that the chefs work in for up to 12 hours a day. So I don't see the need for deferring this and just wasting time. We need to send schools, we need replacements. Let's just get on and get it voted through. So I second.
Any more comments? Any other proposals? Oh, okay. So I think we can take a vote. How we feel about this one. All those in favour of the school? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7. All those against? Anybody abstaining? 1. Okay, so I keep turning myself off and on here. Sorry about that. Thank you, folks. Over to Susie.
Thank you very much, Councillor Vallely, for stepping in the first time as Vice Chair for those two not straightforward planning applications. So thank you for that. So I'm back for the rest of the agenda. So we now move on to agenda item 5, which is 25 Marmion Road. And I believe the officer presentation is by Simon. So over to you, Simon.
Thank you, Chair. This is a planning application at 25 Marmion Road in Southsea Town Centre. The proposed mansard roof extension to provide an additional storey to accommodate 2 flats, both 1-bedroomed. There are alterations and extensions to the existing external rear staircase to provide access to all the flats, existing and proposed. Fenestration to the front elevation and construction of a second floor balcony. I'll take you through each element in a moment. The application has come to committee because of a call in from Councillor Atwell. So we're on South East Town Centre on Marmion Road. Close to St Jude's Church, just off screen to the west there, and opposite the Waitrose store. So mixed commercial area, with mostly, I think, flats above. Many of the ground floor commercial, pubs, bars, cafes, shops, etc. The large Waitrose supermarket opposite to the south, and then residential Wilson Place tucked away to the rear of the site, and access indeed is from the rear. So that's the south elevation on Marmion Road, an existing 3-storey building, so ground floor commercial units and 2 flats on each floor of the existing. So the proposal is to build up to create an additional storey and provide 2 flats within. The existing floor plans, so that's the shop front on Marmion Road. So access is, as I say, around the back through a gateway into the backyard, and for the flats, I should say, and up an external staircase up onto the first floor there and into the flats, 2 flats at first floor, up again the external story into 2 more flats on the second floor. That's the existing. There are the elevations, the existing proposal. So the application is to build this whole extra story on top to provide space for 2 new flats. So the external staircase is gone, and a new staircase will be built in this new rear extension. That would take you up, and you could turn left into flat A with a kitchen, dining, living room. This is a half-height wall that says there, just to give a bit of structure to the room, but still allow light to get into the rear, and these blue squares are roof lights. Down half a flight of stairs into a bedroom, and then the WC shower there. Flat 2, entrance at this point along a corridor before it opens out. There's the bedroom, and again a kitchen, sitting dining room, and a shower WC. I should just take you back. A pre-application submission was made last year, and we've been discussing it with the applicant pretty much ever since. Officers realised fairly early on that the floor space available in the existing building was difficult to accommodate 2 flats of adequate size. The applicant wished to pursue that and has made various alterations to try and achieve that. One of those alterations was to increase the footprint of the building at the rear in this area. So the case officer has just drawn this line on. This isn't the applicant's line, it's our line to indicate where the existing rear wall is. I'll show you quickly in a photograph. We're looking at that element there. So you've got the first floor, and above it the second floor, and that's the rear wing. That window is there. So in an effort to provide more space at this level to meet the nationally described space standards, which are a requirement, not a guidance, the applicant has extended to oversail to the rear. And also at second floor has proposed a balcony. Onto the front, early on we reached agreement with the applicant on a suitable approach in the conservation area. So the low pitched roof you've seen before will be replaced with a mansard roof behind. You can see it at the rear there. Hidden behind this Dutch gable. There are various sorts of Dutch gables of various types around Southsea. This one will be glazed brick. In particular, it takes design references from the former dairy to the rear on Wilton Place. So the conservation officer and the planning officer is perfectly happy with that from early on. There's the new side view of the replacement stair. So going on to sections, presently there will be the low pitched roof at this level. The proposal is to take the roof off and construct this whole extra mansard. There's the Dutch gable at the front. Here's the same line that marks the rear of the existing building, and so that is the oversail to gain some extra floor space that is taken up more than half with a large ledge to sit on. I can take you back to the floor plan in a minute. The difficulty with this from officer's point of view is that it produces an overbearing feature to the window below, cutting out light and a sense of outlook. is difficult. These lines are labelled as sunlight, but due to the northeast orientation, there really wouldn't be sunlight here. We're talking about daylight in a north-facing window. And then the insertion of a balcony onto the existing flat would do something similar, having a similar effect on the window below to the first floor. So if you've read the report, we find those two elements difficult, and indeed they constitute the second reason for refusal. Just to take you through the rest of the proposal, the ground floor plan, here's the rebuilt rear extension, which would sit up in that, on the next plan, would sit up in this area here. There's the external stair it would be replacing. It would finish before this window, so there's no objections from the planning officers to that extension at the rear with respect to local character or any neighbouring amenities. A bike store would pop in underneath, and additional bin stores. So there's the site frontage currently. The access is just off picture. That's a separate commercial unit, and then you just make out a gate that takes you into the rear yard, and so on. So unfortunately we weren't able to reach agreement with the applicant. We disagree about the effect of these overhangs on the two flats below, and the report points out indeed this overhang isn't entirely usable space. Well, it's usable to sit on only with your back to the window. There it is. So the nationally described space standards call themselves a requirement, not a guideline, for 37 square metres for a single bedroomed one-person occupancy flat. The front one is 37.2, but that's only achieved by moving the front door to the end of the corridor. At pre-application stage, the door was approximately here, and so it wasn't reaching the 37 square metres. It's simply been moved down to here. So as we say in the report, that's an artificial manipulation to achieve a figure, but without providing any positive usable floor space. So regrettably, that flat is not quite big enough. The second flat to the rear is big enough on paper, but a chunk of that is taken up with the stair. So again, in our opinion, it fails to meet the standard, the requirement of the nationally described space standard. And we just feel, irrespective of those two numbers, the flats are a little small. That is what we thought from the outset, and we haven't been persuaded otherwise. And unfortunately, the applicant hasn't been able to find a solution that either has led us to be able to support the application. The last aspect is new fenestration to the front, as the office report sets out. We'd rather that wasn't replacing timber windows with plastic, but we do recognise there's quite a variety in the area, and you can get quite decent plastic windows these days. So were this to be approved, we would attach a condition to make sure we achieve the best possible window in terms of profile, its position in the reveal and its overall appearance. But otherwise, unfortunately, we have a concern about the size of the flats and the living conditions. The oversailing at the rear on the two flats below, and as a consequence there has to be a third reason for refusal with no mitigation for the special protection areas for extra residential accommodation. We have the supplementary matters. Just a minor update from the Highways Department. They have no objection. There'll be no parking for the two extra flats, but neither they nor officers object on that point. We are in the town centre with everything, amenities and employment and shops. Public transport on the doorstep, and some cycle storage under the staircase, so no objections there. Otherwise, I think those are the key points for you, and we have a deputation, I think, from the applicant's side.
Thank you, Simon. The deputation that I've got on this is Sarah Roberts. So, Sarah, you've got up to 6 minutes, starting now.
Thank you. And before giving my deputation, I think there's a technical booklet that's just been circulated to committee members as well. So thank you. And good afternoon, Chair and committee members. As the agent for this application, I want to start by highlighting the areas of policy agreement already secured in this report. Your Conservation Officer has raised no objection to the reintroduced Dutch gable design, confirming it successfully preserves and enhances the character of the Owen South Sea Conservation Area. Furthermore, your Highways team has confirmed that the scheme complies with your parking standards. The principle of development and sustainability of this town centre location are accepted. The recommendation for refusal rests entirely on internal space and amenity concerns on the current proposal. However, because we ran out of time to respond before the report was published, it contains several points that need clarification. I have handed you the technical booklet to directly clarify these facts and will also provide the explanation as follows. Firstly, regarding the space standards. Within the pre-application response dated 9th of October 2025, we were advised that both flats must meet the 37 square metre area. The committee report dated 18th of May 2026 is the first time that 50 square metres has been mentioned. We do not agree that this is the case, and the apartment is a one-bedroom, one-person unit, which should be no less than 37 square metres. Please refer to the figure 1 within the booklet. The report claims Flat A is a two-storey dwelling requiring a 50 square metre footprint. This is factually incorrect. Flat A is a split-level flat where the bedroom is accessed down a short flight of stairs. Under the nationally described space standards, as within figure 1, these internal steps are included within the gross internal area, perfectly mirroring the established character of the existing flats within this block, which are fully occupied and constantly in demand. For Flat B, the entrance corridor is criticised as contrived. In reality, this provides essential private storage for coats and shoes, access to the cupboard for storage, and bedroom and shower doors, which would serve zero purpose if left exposed to the communal hallway. Secondly, regarding the single unit alternative and outdoor amenity, the planning officer suggests that a single flat conversion would be more appropriate for this footprint. However, utilising this exact same design footprint for a single unit would create a large flat of over 74 metres squared. This would force an unwanted 3-bedroom flat onto a third storey, which is undesirable, misaligned with local market needs, and it would be under development of this town centre site. In paragraph 8.17, the officer concedes that both flats have adequate access to natural light and outlook over the rooftops of Southsea. Yet it is also flagged that the top floor outdoor space is a policy failure. This overlooks our site context. As justified in our design and access statement, this proposal results in zero loss of existing amenity space. In fact, we are actively enhancing the building's overall amenity by constructing a new private balcony for the second floor flat. Future residents are directly opposite the established pocket park and adjacent to St Jude's Church Garden, where they encourage use by the local community to enjoy quiet seating and reflection. The site is also less than an 8-minute walk from the 100-acre Southsea Common and the seafront. In a dense town centre context, this represents a highly pragmatic, sustainable and efficient use of land. Thirdly, is in regards to neighbour amenity and the built context. Paragraph 8.21 claims the rear extension is 2.15 metres deep and causes an oppressive funnelling effect against an eastern wall. If you see figures 2 through to 8 within the technical booklet, the balcony is a more modest 1.2 metres deep, sitting perfectly flush with the existing flank wall and less than the ground floor building line. This can be seen within figure 5 of your booklet. This demonstrates that there is no eastern wall on the boundary to number 7, which is the direction that the sunlight comes from. There is an oversailing window within the mansard, which has been set back and higher with a bracket design feature so that it does not block out any light to the window of Flat C below. As outlined within the submitted photograph booklet, this is an established design feature within this area of Southsea. This extends no further than the ground floor footprint, so it will not interrupt the established rear building line. Figure 7 of your booklet applies the industry-accepted BRE 209, a 45-degree line test. This mathematically proves that daylight to Flat C and Flat A will not be materially altered. Furthermore, by introducing French doors, we are actually increasing the window surface area by 40% and adding a glass balustrade, actively enhancing light and amenity to Flat C. And as an add-on, we discussed earlier in this committee in the Osborne Road application that these are seen as flexible guidelines and not rigorous policy. We encourage you to look closely at figure 6 within the technical booklet. This shows that a temporary frame has been erected to demonstrate where the balcony would sit above the first floor window. This evidences that there will still be adequate light to this room with no funnelling effect caused. So in regards to the planning balance, the proposal delivers 2 highly sustainable, affordable town centre homes. It also delivers a safety upgrade, providing a secure enclosed rear staircase for all existing tenants. And given Portsmouth's critical 2.4-year housing supply at a national low of 26% housing delivery, which is the lowest delivery rate of any local planning authority in the country, the National Planning Policy Framework's tilted balance is strictly engaged. By following paragraph 11 of the framework, the local planning authority must prove that the adverse impacts significantly and demonstrably outweigh the benefits. With no material loss of light, a supported heritage design, and a safety improvement for existing residents, no such harm exists. We respectfully ask you to approve this application. Thank you.
Thank you. Spot on. 6 minutes. Thank you. That brings us to the end of the deputations. So I go to Councillor Hunt for the first question.
All right. So we've had this booklet here, and I heard what the deputation said about there's no loss of daylight, but the deputation clearly disagrees with the professional planning officers. Just wondered if you had a comment, if they may have a comment on the argument that there's no loss of light, and on this booklet here.
Thank you, Councillor. Yes, well, you're right, there is a difference of opinion. From figure 5, the photograph 5, and the submission from the applicant, you can see outlined in red the first and second floor existing windows to those flats set with development on either side of them. We called it a tunnel effect. So light is already slightly restricted, especially to the lower window, although they're big windows, especially the ground floor one. And the applicant has noted how the the upper window would be increased by a French window. But where the gutter is, the top floor would oversail that deeply by about 2.15 metres, which you see in this section. So that will be built out over that top window you can see in the photograph. There it is. So the window is there that you're looking at on the second floor, and over it you'd have this oversail, which in officer's opinion would cut out some light and give a sense, the applicant has tried to step it away to reduce the effect, but we feel it would have, on balance, sufficient overbearing effect and loss of light to have the concern and reason for refusal is expressed. Then on the first floor, the balcony presented here would have a similar but lesser effect, but nevertheless to a lower window that is darker.
Councillor Hunt, do you have a...
No, that's fine.
Anyone else have any questions? Councillor Mason.
It has been mentioned that the back flat, is two-storey, but flat A is two-storey, but it appears to be split level. Is there any specific guidance on how one should measure space standards for a split level in a building?
Thank you, Councillor. Not that I'm aware of. The agent just misrepresented what was said in the committee report, saying it's not two-storey. Indeed, I'll read it to you. Flat A proposed is split level with the bedroom access down a short flight of stairs. So as officers assessing this, do we treat it as a 37 square metre single-storey flat or a 50 square metre minimum two-storey dwelling? It's split level. So there is an element of stair, not a full flight of stairs, so it's somewhere in the middle, you could argue. It's not that clear. So we've set that out honestly. We're not saying it has to be 50 square metres, but we're saying at 37 square metres, taken out of that is the stairs. So there's less usable space than you would expect on a single-storey flat with no stairs.
Following that one up, knowing that there was a problem here when reading the agenda item 5, I downloaded the technical housing standards, and that does say that the total floor space measured between the internal faces of perimeter walls that enclose a dwelling, including partition, structural elements, cupboards, ducts, flight of stairs, and voids above stairs. So are we right that, am I right in thinking that we should include the stairs in that flat A as being part of the internal measurements of the building?
Well, the size standard for two-storey dwellings is bigger than single, even if they're the same number of bedrooms, to account for, surely, the space taken up, lost to a staircase. So logic is that a single-storey flat doesn't have a staircase in it, and so you'd expect all 37 square metres to be available as habitable space in some way or other. So just that flight of stairs, relatively short flight of stairs, there in the flat is unusable space. Well, sorry, not unusable space, but it takes away from the usable space. Therefore, the usable space is not the 37. So we feel it is not providing quite good enough standard of accommodation.
Any other questions? No? Comments? Two of them. Can I go to Councillor Candlish first, and then I'll come to you, Councillor Hunt, and then Councillor Valley.
So just two quick comments. So picking up on the officer's comments on the space and the stairs, I think it's fair to say we should be giving a lower weighting to the space that's available on the stairs at the very least, which starts to take it underneath the minimum that's supposed to be there. And secondly, I looked at the examples in the document that was supplied to us additionally. The difference with all of those pictures is the context. There's much more other light. You know, it's on the side of a big road. So I don't think, again, that it's strictly comparing apples with apples when we think about that. So I'm concerned about the level of light. I'm concerned about the space that's available within the context. So I think my direction of travel is currently clear.
Was that a proposal to move officer's recommendation or just a comment?
It was a comment, Chair, because I generally
make
a comment before we listen to people
just checking.
before we make a proposal.
Okay. Councillor Hunt.
I move the officer's recommendation and report.
Councillor Valley, you were next on my list to speak. Oh, sorry, I thought you had your hand up. Any other comments? Councillor Perry, I keep forgetting your surname. Councillor Perry.
You only know me as Denise, don't you? Yeah, if I'm saying any of this wrong, please correct me, but it's a comment, is that the building to me seems to be in keeping with the environment that it's in, because we can see from the photographs how built up that area is. So it doesn't seem to be out of keeping with what's already there. And when you look at the flats below, it looks the same as them, size-wise and accommodation-wise. So I kind of don't understand why we're not approving it. And I don't know how to say that. Sorry.
Probably more a question, but do you want to just answer that as
Thank you, Councillor. No, you're right. I mean, parts of Central South Sea are cheek by jowl. This is no exception to that. In terms of the appearance we've described on the front, we're perfectly happy with the approach there. The back, yes, it's a mansard, similar to other sorts of developments in the area. But in terms of the oversailing, I agree with Councillor Candlish. The photos aren't mostly comparable. There's one in the bottom right-hand corner that looks a bit similar, but you shouldn't use another bad example to repeat. So it is very built up, but nevertheless, we just feel that that extra enclosure and light would cause some harm to the flats below, the two flats below. In terms of the size, you're right. The previous consent was 2007, when a flat on the first floor and a flat on the second were both subdivided to provide two, with a smaller footprint than proposed today. But that was 2007. The nationally described space standards came in 2015. Before then, in my experience, lots of local planning authorities didn't necessarily have a space standard. None was referred to in the reports I looked at for that application. So the existing 4 flats wouldn't get planning permission today, I would hazard a guess. They're too small.
But in this case, they have, even though you're disputing it a little bit, they have technically met what's the requirement, haven't they?
I don't think so, because of the stair in the back flat taking up space. I don't think it has. It's not crystal clear because it's not single story, it's not 2-story, it's split level, so it's somewhere in between. But I've explained why at 37.7, I think, minus the stairs, which is mostly unusable space, I don't think it meets the standard.
So what you're saying is really helpful, but I suppose, am I allowed to say that I'm inclined to approve the applicant? I'm not sure if I'm saying that right.
So you can put a proposal
Yeah.
forward which says that you disagree with the officer's recommendation.
Okay, so
Okay.
can I do that?
Yes.
I'm sorry, just apologise. Once I've done it once, I'll be better at it. Yeah, so, and that would be on the grounds that I think that it's met the space requirements,
Yeah.
and it's in keeping with what else is in the building, yeah?
It was Councillor Standen next.
I would happily second that, on the grounds that we seem to cram people into HMOs on a extremely regular basis, and these are 2 self-contained flats that meet the requirements. We can probably go over whether there's enough light or not until the cows come home, but yeah, I'll happily second that.
Okay, I've got that. Councillor Hugh Mason.
I'll go along with that. But to follow up Councillor Standen's point, looking at the overall size of this floor at 74, just over 74 square metres, we could get 3 beds of an HMO in there, and it could be turned into a 3-bed HMO. So I am prepared to, I think, if the space standards are what I think they are, is to bend the space standards slightly to accept this and to go with, oppose the officer's recommendation.
Okay. Any other comments or any seconder for Councillor Hunt's proposal? Councillor Candice.
I will second Councillor Hunt's proposal.
Okay. Any other comments? So we've got 2 proposals in front of us. The first one is proposed by Councillor Perry, seconded by Councillor Standen, and is to not approve officers' recommendations, citing the fact that it does meet space standards if the stairs are not included. Any other planning reasons for that? And what's the planning, material planning reasons around in keeping of the area? Upholds the amenity? In keeping with it. Okay. Should we go for a vote?
Hold on.
Sorry.
Chair, before we do that, because we've been moving from a recommendation for refusal to one for approval, we would need to deal with conditions that we may wish to attach to an approval, and also the need to secure mitigation for impacts on birdware and nutrient neutrality as well. So I'm going to hand over to Mr. Turner now just to set those out.
Thank you, David. Yeah, in the event of consent, we'd have conditions for the implementation period for the plans, probably for the materials, just to make sure the windows as well, as mentioned earlier on, would want to make absolutely sure about the bike and bins provision, just to make sure that's okay in the cramped area at the rear. The legal agreement would be for the SPA mitigation. I'm just trying to think if there's any other condition. I can't think of one, but delegated authority is normally given to officers to add or amend if necessary. I would seek to do that in conjunction with the applicant.
Thank you.
You'd have the standard conditions, wouldn't you, on implementation and plan?
Okay, so that proposal is to refuse officers' recommendations based on space requirements,
Is
keeping in the area.
to grant planning permission.
To grant planning permission. Yes. So, all those in favour of granting planning permission, which is not the proposal we have in front of us from the officers. So, all those in favour of granting planning permission, please put your hands up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 in favour. All those against? 2 and 1 abstention.
May I ask, just out of interest, is that one that would be delegated to officers under changes in the future if it came along? Yeah. So this overturn that we've seen today wouldn't be happening in the future. So I think people should remember these sorts of things.
Okay. I'm assuming because planning permission is granted based on that I don't need to take the next proposal. No. Okay, good. Just get my technical stuff. So therefore, planning permission is granted. Thank you very much for doing your deputation and thank you for waiting for so long. It was a particularly long planning meeting today. Okay, we're ready to move on to the next one, which is item 6, which is 12 Seagrove, and I believe it is Simon who's presenting this.
Thank you, Chair. This is a planning application at 12 Seagrove Road in Nelson Ward. It's for the change of use from a dwelling house, Class C3, to a 7-person, 7-bedroom house in multiple occupation, or HMO. The application has come to committee because of the number of objections. We have the applicant and agent, and I think Councillor Adair speaking. So here we are in Nelson Ward, just northeast of Rudmore Roundabout, 2nd Street off. So you've got the gyratory heading north on that side and heading south on the Stamshaw Road side. And we're just a few houses up along Seagrove Road. Mid-terraced property, already extended under permitted development rights to the rear and to the roof. Bin storage would be as per the existing house in the front small yard, and then bike storage to the rear. There's the property, the existing bins. No alterations to the front elevation apart from the insertion of 2 roof lights. Looking at the mixed and balanced communities policy, there is one other HMO at the moment within the 50-metre radius to the south on Bevis Road there. So this application, if approved, would take us to 2 out of 87, which is 2.29%, so well within your policy threshold of 10%, so retaining a mixed and balanced community. Existing floor plans, fairly typical Victorian terrace with the rear wing, originally 2 rooms on the front, 3 bedrooms upstairs and bathroom. Existing elevations, there's a rear conservatory that will be removed or has been removed. And we have a permitted development rear extension already built, as I understand it, and the permitted development roof extensions. So in this property, the front bedroom there, and then moving through to a sitting kitchen dining area, the back door there. This is one of those applications where, because rather than have the 10 square metre rooms or bigger and the smaller communal space, we've got the larger communal space and the slightly smaller bedrooms. But to be clear, the bedrooms all easily exceed the minimum size, which in this instance, because of the larger communal space, is 6.51, and the bedrooms are well past that in the 7s, 8s, 9s, and bedroom 5 is past 11 square metres. So all the bedrooms comply with the minimum standards or exceed them, excuse me, and have good access to light and outlook and overall configuration. On the ground floor, as I said, the communal space is 34.28 square metres, just above the 34 required in this instance. Then these are shared bathrooms or shower rooms. So on the ground floor, a shower, WC and hand basin. Another one bigger on the second floor, and then a third WC and hand wash basin there. So it's shared bathroom facilities. As I said, all the standards and general qualitative judgments are met in officer's opinion. There are the elevations, so you can see the replacement rear extension and the roof extensions and the front windows. There's a section through. This looks like photographs taken by the case officer, well advanced in terms of the internal refit. Apart from the extensions, I think the property's been largely rebuilt internally as well. Some lowering of floors kept away from the front bay there. There's the big kitchen through living dining room. This is the first floor, so again the lowered ceiling heights in order to get suitable height in the extended loft, but that kept behind the window, so no appreciable impact or visibility of that change externally. There it is in the wider room. That's at the front of the property. Bathroom on the first floor, decent size, good size. Bedroom 3 is the middle bedroom, looking down the light well. Bedroom 4 is the rear first floor bedroom, looking down the back garden. Bedroom 5 is the bigger one at the front of the property. Bedroom 6 is in the middle of the roof with the window looking down the garden and the light well. And there's the back bedroom in the roof, again with a view across the back gardens. And that is the backyard at the moment. Right, thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Simon. I don't think there was anything on the SMAT, was there? Don't think so. No. So we'll go on to deputation. So the first deputation, you have up to 6 minutes, is Nick Rose, the applicant.
Hi, Chair and members. My name is Nick Rowe from Row Lane Homes. We specialise in high-quality shared housing across Portsmouth and provide professionally managed accommodation for people living and working in the city. This property was previously in very poor condition. We fully refurbished it back to brick at a cost of around $200,000, creating a high-specification home that complies with all relevant licensing and building regulation requirements. Throughout our projects, we employ local contractors, tradespeople and local management staff. The accommodation proposed here significantly exceeds the required standards for a 7-person HMO. The scheme provides a large communal area and living area, bedrooms all comfortably above the national minimum standards, 2 spacious bathrooms, a further separate toilet, cycle storage and dedicated refuse storage, so bins are not left on the street. The application has been fully assessed by planning officers, including site visits and assessments against the Council's adopted HMO standards and policies, and officers have recommended approval. There are also no objections from highways or private sector housing. I understand residents have concerns regarding noise, parking and antisocial behaviour, and I genuinely do appreciate those concerns. However, we professionally manage all of our properties and have not experienced these issues at our other HMOs. Our tenancy agreements are strict, stating only 1 person per room allowed at the property, and as we do fire checks weekly, we do stay on top of any issues that may arise and act quickly. In terms of noise, we go above and beyond what is required. As part of the refurbishment, we install extensive acoustic and thermal insulation systems throughout the property at considerable cost above and beyond what's required by building regs alongside new double glazing. This not only improves energy efficiency but also significantly reduces sound transmission. With regards to parking, the planning officer's report confirms the site is in a highly sustainable location with strong access to public transport, cycling routes and local amenities. In our experience, many tenants in this type of accommodation do not own cars and parking demand is often lower than that of a large family occupation. Importantly, the officer report confirms the proposal complies with the Council's adopted HMO policies and that the HMO concentration in the area remains significantly below the Council's own threshold at 2.29%. We care about the quality of the homes we provide and about being a responsible operator within the city. I appreciate members may have wider concerns around HMOs generally within the city. However, I would respectfully ask that this application is considered on its own planning merits and against the Council's adopted policies and the professional officer's recommendation before you today. I respectfully ask members to support the officer's recommendation for approval. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. The next deputation is from Carrie-Anne Wells, who's the agent.
Thank you, Chair and members, for allowing me to speak today, and it's nice to see a couple of new faces on the committee. I'm here representing the applicant and Applecore co-living specialist with extensive experience designing spacious high-end HMOs across Portsmouth and the wider UK. We are passionate about designing high-quality shared living accommodation and work with clients who share that vision of providing professionally managed homes that tenants genuinely enjoy living in. As with all the applications I present to you, this property has been designed to be fully compliant with planning policy, building regs and HMO licensing standards. All 7 bedrooms exceed the minimum required space standards ranging from 7.51 up to 12.2. And the required communal space, as you all know, is 34 square metres when some bedrooms are below 10 square metres, and this property exceeds or meets that requirement with fully usable communal kitchen and living accommodation. Whilst members are typically used to seeing all ensuite accommodation, this property will be offered at a much lower and affordable price point while still meeting the required 2 shower rooms and separate WC required for a 7-person HMO. This layout has been carefully considered to provide tenants with a good quality living environment with all habitable rooms benefiting from good natural light and outlook. I know some concerns have been made during recent meetings regarding front elevation changes, and I can confirm that there are no proposed changes to windows as part of this proposal. The property will benefit from a rear, patio, garden area and secure cycle storage for the convenience of tenants who choose to cycle. I know concerns have been raised regarding parking, however members will also note the extensive appeal decisions referenced within the officer report where planning inspectors have consistently concluded that refusals for similar HMOs on parking grounds were unreasonable, with costs awarded against the council. I feel it's all very well certain political parties choosing predetermined decisions to not vote for HMOs, but choosing to refuse a fully compliant HMO is choosing to support homelessness in the city. This is a fully policy compliant application which provides high quality accommodation with no demonstrable harm to neighbouring amenity, parking conditions or the character of the area. I respectfully ask that you agree with the officer recommendation for approval today. Thank you.
Thank you, Carrie-Anne. And last but not least, Councillor Adair.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you, Chair, and thank you, members. I've made numerous deputations on HMO applications, mainly in the Gladys Avenue triangle of North End. This time the application has moved to the west side of Nelson Ward to Seagrove Road. Despite the geographical shift, the level of concern expressed by residents on the doorstep is exactly the same as the concerns raised by residents in and around Gladys Avenue. The job of a councillor is to represent the views of those who have voted them into office. And to this end, I've called on a number of residents likely to be most affected by this application and listen to their concerns and report them back to this committee. Houses in the Seagrove Road area form a well-defined and strongly knit area with a real sense of community cohesion. In previous deputations, I've mentioned the usual concerns raised by residents as grounds to turn down an application for an HMO. I'm sure it will come as no surprise that these concerns have been mentioned in respect of this application. The main concern is the irretrievable loss of yet another family home. Most of the homes in Seagrove Road are Victorian terrace properties, typical of so many homes in Portsmouth. The universal issue of parking was also raised, and it is worthy of careful consideration. The Greater Seagrove Road area is covered by a residence parking zone, which now operates for 24 hours a day and restricts parking to a maximum of 2 hours. The fact that an RPZ has been introduced shows that there is significant parking issues in the area, and the addition of upwards of 7 vehicles can only cause congestion on already congested roads. Of less concern, but still significant, is the pressure on GP and dental services. I invite the committee to scrutinise the living arrangements, in particular for the occupant of bedroom 1 on the ground floor. The ground floor bathroom has a WC and shower directly against the wall of bedroom 1. Even with 2 bathrooms, the house is likely to represent unreasonable levels of noise, particularly during the morning rush. I hope I have interpreted the diagram correctly, and if I haven't, I do apologise, but it looks like a TV/lounge is uncomfortably close to bedroom 1. This is likely to impact the amenity of the room user, with TV noise and talking permeating even the best soundproofing. At the rear of the ground floor is the kitchen, which again is being used by 7 people and is likely to create high levels of noise and cooking smells, which can only adversely impact the occupant of room 1. There is no rear access to the property, so any bicycle will have to be wheeled from the front door directly past bedroom 1 to the cycle shed at the rear, in the rear garden. There is a high chance of the cycle hitting the wall of bedroom 1 or even the door. If the occupant of bedroom 1 is a shift worker, the chances of getting an uninterrupted night's sleep is highly unlikely. I ask the committee to carefully consider this application. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Adair. Okay, that brings us to the end of the deputations. I'm actually going to jump in with a question first. Can we see the bedrooms on the top floor, please? Okay, I think I might have answered my own question there. So what is the area of bedroom 5 and what area of bedroom 5 is habitable for a standing up person? It does look like it's the biggest room, so I'm imagining that there's been thought around that. But these are small rooms in comparison to what we've got used to looking at.
Yep, bedroom 5 is 11.58. It's only required to be 6.51.
Okay, so there's not going to be 4 metres or whatever it is, 4 square metres of... I'm just thinking of the slope.
No.
Yeah, okay. I've answered my own question. Thank you. Any other questions from anyone? Councillor Perry.
Is it usual for people to start the building work before the planning permission's been given? Yeah, it is. That's acceptable. Yeah, okay.
Proceeding at risk.
Shall I clarify? The works do not require planning permission. These works are permitted development.
So what we've got before us is a change of use, which obviously is related to the change of the building, but the change of use is what we're making a judgment on. Okay, yeah, good question. Councillor Inman was next, and then I'll come to you, Councillor Can.
Thank you, Chair. Can we just go back to a picture of a garden again, please? Just looking at the size of the garden, by the time you've put bicycle parking for 4 bikes in there, how much space is actually going to be realistically usable once you've got the bicycles in there?
Yeah, not a huge garden, agreed. They aren't along this stretch. If you look in page, well, I can show you up here. And just to remind you that there was an existing rear extension and conservatory that has been replaced. So the footprint of the building is, I think, the same as previously. So all that's happening is the insertion of a rear thing. So the gardens, because of the kink and so on, they change from very pretty small gardens here to getting longer as you head west, for example. This one's halfway along. So yes, Councillor, not a big garden. The bike store would eat into some of that, but nevertheless, I think a usable outdoor space.
It was just on the previous application that we were hearing, there was some comment in one of the papers I read that the outdoor space had to be available. And this is just one thing, I just don't think the garden's big enough to sustain 4 bicycles and 7 people.
No further comment on that? No. Councillor Hunt.
But he's right, isn't he? We had an appeal decision from the inspector saying that there had to be usable garden space. And not so long ago, I think it was about 2 cycles back, when we were informed that because of the lack of usable garden space, that the HMO was refused. Am I right, gents?
You are right, Councillor. I do remember a delegated decision, so officers took that, and it was, but that was quite different to this. Here's more use for the site area. So the applicant to choose to put the bike store there or in the other corner, but it's not a huge garden. Neither is it unreasonably small, in officers' opinion. It's the same size as existing, albeit with a bike store. I think you can get beyond the building and get some sun. It's north-facing, but sun will come across in the high summer, well over the building in the mornings and the afternoons from east and west. The refuse scheme was definitely smaller than that. So, again, officers have felt happy enough to recommend it to you.
Questions? Councillor Candice, sorry.
For the record, as they say, how many in an RPZ, how many parking permits is a single property like this allowed to have?
Gosh, yeah, I don't think we've got the information for this one, but normally...
As the Cabinet Member of Transport, I'm happy to help out if there's an issue.
Well, I don't know if it's a question you know the answer to already, Councillor, but we've had this on other sites, haven't we? Typically, if you're in an RPZ, residence parking zone, whether you're a C3 dwelling house or an HMO, the number of permits that you could be issued is the same. Normally it's up to 2, so there will be no change if this is approved. So a maximum of 2 spaces.
Okay, we clarified that. Any other questions from anyone? Comments? Councillor Cordy.
Thank you, Chair. Could we bring up the submitted floor plans? Would that be okay? So I think it would be highly likely that the 3 bedrooms on the first floor would use the shower room on their own floor. So does this mean that we're going to have 3, well, it seems likely to me that we're going to have 3 people from the second floor also using that, otherwise they'll have to traipse all the way down to the ground floor. It just seems a little bit strange to me that this... You could possibly have 6 bedrooms using 1 shower room, and then the one on the ground floor has almost like an ensuite.
Yeah, and I guess I appreciate what you're saying, and I guess it comes back to standards, doesn't it? If it meets minimum standards, that's the challenge that we have on this. Councillor Hunt.
Yeah, my comment is with these HMOs, we never see in any of them, and I can't ever remember seeing anything or regard for disabled people. I don't think I've ever seen an application for an HMO that talks about enabling disabled people. And I do wonder if that's a real big fault of the applications that we see. We see scores of them, but never anything for disabled people. So perhaps that's something we should think about as we go along now. I feel really sorry for the person in bedroom number 1. I think Councillor Dare's quite right, and I never tell him what to say or anything like that. He does this himself. You know, that person in bedroom number 1 is going to be, hope maybe they'll be deaf a bit like me, but that door's going to be opening and shutting all day long. And I think the people from upstairs will probably come all the way downstairs to that one as well. So that person's going to have a noisy old time if it goes through.
Councillor Candice.
It's like I've never been away. So, in answer to Councillor Perry's earlier comment, I would say the gutting of the house through permitted development is something we cannot control anyway. It's governed by national law, and anyone who pretends that otherwise is just not telling the truth. Secondly, the applicant was honest about what they were aiming this at. All HMOs described as attracting high quality developers and attracting high quality people. This applicant was honest enough to say that this was aimed at a cheaper price point for people. So it is true that if you're in the top 2 floors, you are going to be sharing a shower with a lot of people. And personally, I would prefer it if we had national standards which required, in new developments and renovations like this, that ensuite was a requirement, but we don't. So as far as I can see, all standards have been met. I'm happy to be given advice by people about reasons we can give why this should be rejected, but I don't see any. And as a final comment, again picking up on what Councillor Hunt said, very soon, the government's going to stop all of these coming before this committee, and we're not even going to allow the residents who all talk to us about these kind of issues to even have a public voice where their views may be ignored, but at least they get heard. That is going to disappear. However, we are where we are. I am not going to support putting the council into a place where it's going to get cost for rejecting an application for which I can see no reason within the law and the standards to reject, and therefore I will be proposing to accept the officer's recommendation unless anyone can actually give me a reason why I can get behind not doing so. I listen.
That's a proposal, yeah?
That's a proposal.
Yeah. Anyone? Councillor Valley?
For the same reasons, I would have to second it. There is need for cheaper accommodation. I would have been one of those people leading, cheaper accommodation and did. There's a place for it.
Any other comments or other proposals? Councillor Cordy?
Yeah, believe it or not, I'd actually like to sort of commend the design on this as well, for the aspect of the lowered floor being kept away from the front windows. We've seen some monstrosities around this area, so I think this is a move in the right direction.
I sort of echo your comment. Whenever I see these lowering of ceilings and floors, my heart sinks. I think it's awful that this is happening to houses, but that's my opinion. You're right. We have seen. Hang on a minute. Thank you. We have seen worse examples where it's not stepped back from the window. I still think it's a shame that these houses are gutted and done like that. I do think this has got a feel of a real cram 'em in thing. I know there's an argument here about, well, we're thinking about the people who need cheaper accommodation. I'm happy to go with that, but I think there could be some really uncomfortable living for some people in some of those rooms. And also, we have got used, as Carrie-Anne said, to a higher standard with bigger rooms. I mean, kind of forget that this does meet minimum space standards because we've got so used to seeing ensuite bedrooms on 10 square metres, but it ticks all the boxes. So reluctantly, I think I'll just echo what Councillor Candlish has said. Councillor Hunt.
Yeah, very briefly. I mean, I know they've got about 20. I did my research around the city, something like that. I suppose that's the other gentleman in the partnership. No? Yeah, anyway.
Let's focus on the
they got about 20 around. I'm not aware they've had any issues with it. It just does occur to me, though, just as a matter of context, really, what on earth happens when the market falls out and enough houses are built and people go away? Will these places get a mortgage if families want to buy them back again one day with all these alterations that have been made? I wonder if they become less valuable over a period of time. Perhaps that's something that people might think about in their bottom lines in the future.
Thank you for that comment. Okay, so we only have one proposal in front of us, and that is from Councillor Candlish, seconded by Councillor Valley, to move officer's recommendation for approving conditional permission. All those in favour? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All those against? 1, 2, 3. And abstentions? 1 abstention. Okay, so that means that officers' recommendations are moved and conditional planning permission is granted. Thank you very much. We now will keep moving on because I think we need to.
Chair, would you excuse me? We've run out of care time now for my mother-in-law, and the person's desperate to go home, so we need to go back and look after her.
Okay, thank
All right.
you, Councillor Hunt.
Thank you.
So we're moving on to agenda item 7, which is 7 Alexandra Road, and I do believe we go to David for this one.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Yes, as you said, so this is the site at 7 Alexandra Road in Portsmouth in Charles Dickens Ward, and it's change of use from an existing C3 dwelling to a 7-bed, 7-person, 7-bed HMO. So here's the location in Charles Dickens Ward, close to the city centre, on Alexandra Road. You can see Alexandra Road is a street of traditional terrace properties, but surrounded by a more mixed character and more variation in the surrounding properties. So there you can see the property there, and as I say, a typical Victorian terrace property common in the city. So in terms of your policies in relation to mixed and balanced communities, we've investigated the existing HMOs within a 50-metre radius. You can see the existing ones that we've identified there. So 5 existing within the 50 metres. And with the proposal, that would take us to 6 out of 68, so 8.82%, so still below your 10% threshold in your adopted policy. In terms of the layout, very typical layout for the existing property, rear wing. It's annotated as a 4-bed for the purposes of the assessment. We've taken it as a 3-bed for assessing your parking standards, for example. So the property will be altered, extended and converted under the proposal. There's a rear extension to the top left that you can see there, modest single-storey rear extension with a flat roof. And then the property will also be extended in its loft and then converted to provide additional accommodation. So what that will mean in terms of the ensuite, the layout, I should say, is 2 ensuite rooms to the ground floor and a communal living space in excess of the standard in our adopted guidance. Moving on to the first floor, further 3 ensuite rooms, and then within the loft space, you have 1 ensuite room at the front, an off-suite for number 7, and an additional laundry room in the middle there. In terms of what that looks like in terms of the physical alterations to the buildings, you can see the PD loft conversion and rear extension indicated on the proposed elevations. And that's just a cross-section showing how the floor heights, internal floor heights will be met through the conversion of the building. But again, just to confirm the point that we're only dealing with the use of the building, not the building works. Just in terms of layout, a modest rear garden, there will be room for, again, a small cycle store in there and some external space, not a huge rear garden, we acknowledge that, space for bins at the front. And then just some views of the existing property. So as it stands, when the case officer visited the site, no works had commenced in this scheme. So just to conclude, having assessed the proposals, they comply with our adopted local plan policies and HMO SPD guidance, and the application is recommended for approval.
Thank you, David. We have 2 deputations, and the first one is it Jaya or Yaya? Jaya. And you have 6 minutes, Jaya, starting from now.
Chair, I'm Jaya Legg, as just mentioned. Thank you very much for your time today. Allow me to put this deputation forward. And while I feel this application should be approved, I'm here today representing Vision Properties for 7 Alexandra Road. I'm one of the owners here at Vision Properties and have a passion for developing HMOs in the city to provide luxury accommodation for working professionals. We believe raising the standards of our HMOs creates a great environment for the like-minded people, also allowing our tenants to enjoy the environment they are living in. This has never been more important with the renters' rights being introduced. As you can see, we are under the density followed by meeting all the minimum room sizes required. We also upgrade all cavity wall insulation, followed by solar installation to get the minimum EPC rating of a B. I would also like to mention the additional soundproof boarding along with upgraded insulation throughout the property where required. We always ensure we're keeping as much natural light coming into the property where possible. We also install door entry systems to keep disruption down to the minimum with other tenants and deliveries coming to the property. As you can see, the comments on this HMO application is really low, 7 in total. Neither of the neighbours or councillors have put a comment forward. A lot of them seem to be from homeowners based in the North End area. I would like to mention one of the most repeat comments saying there is no need for any more HMOs in the city. From experience, there never seems to be any issue letting any of the rooms when creating great living spaces. This is raising the standards from your old school HMO method. There are no high-end HMOs within the area and feel this would be a great addition to this location. I would like to mention, me and my business partner own a development company that would be carrying out the building works. To ensure all standards are high, also ensuring disruption is kept to a minimum. I would also like to mention all of the works are carried out by local tradesmen, keeping the work within the city. We're thoughtful builders, working with neighbours throughout the process and after completion. We work closely with our letting agent, ensuring that we're reactive with any maintenance issues. That being said, we also send out questionnaire reports every 6 months on how we can improve the property and service provided to our tenants. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Carrie-Anne, over to you.
Thank you. Well, Jay has done a great job and probably covered most of what I was going to say, so I'll keep it brief and just talk about the merits of the size standards, really. So this one, as you can see, are all comfortably exceed the 10 square metre requirement, ranges from 10.53 up to 13.17. 6 of the bedrooms benefit from their own ensuite, and bed 7 has their own dedicated shower room. There's also an additional laundry room for the benefit of the tenants, which we find tenants enjoy having. The required communal space for a 7-person HMO where all bedrooms exceed 10 square metres is 22.5, and this property again exceeds those sizes of fully square usable space. The officer report confirms that all habitable rooms are of suitable configuration, provides good access to natural light and outlook, and there's secure storage provided at the rear for the benefit of the tenants. I know parking concerns have been raised again, however the officer report comprehensively deals with this, and the property is located within a highly sustainable area. Councillor Dare talks a little bit about community cohesion, and I really feel sad when I hear this, and I really struggle to understand why the tenants of these properties are not given the chance to be welcomed and integrated into these communities. It sometimes feels like it's a bit of a them and us scenario, and I talk to tenants from HMOs, and a lot of them, I speak to some that are there long term, and they want to be part of the communities, and they feel that's not happening for them. I want to confirm as well that no changes to the front elevation have happened as part of this proposal. Regrettably, there have been a couple of awful examples recently where builders have not followed the plans, and they are being rectified. So it's not a usual occurrence. The properties are generally stepped back if the floors needed to be lowered. And also to give you a little bit of context of why that happens, is when you do a loft conversion, anybody else could comfortably do that at 2.1 head height. Housing licensing requires 2.3, which means most loft conversions have to have the ceiling dropped in a fairly high majority of Portsmouth houses. If there is normal residential dwelling, that wouldn't have to happen. It's because that additional height required by licensing. I thought that might be helpful for you when you make your decisions. Anyway, thank you for listening today, and I hope you agree with the officer recommendation for approval. Thank you.
Thanks, Carrie-Anne, and thanks for that information. That was interesting. That's it. That's the end of deputations. Committee, any questions? Doesn't have to be questions. Is it a question? If not, I can go to you for comments. It's up to you.
It's a bit of both, I suppose.
We'll start with a question.
So there's a condition 3, which is, the officers have recommended, about the bicycle storage. Where is the route to the bicycle storage?
It'll be through the dwelling, Chair.
So you mean through the kitchen?
Yes. So they would, common with whoever occupies the property, and they would need to go through the house to get
So
to.
if we go back to the plan again, please. The floor plan, sorry. So looking at the kitchen there, you've got the door to get through, and then if one person's cooking, another person is washing up, and you've got to get the bike past both of those.
Yeah.
Yes. Interestingly, previously an application was refused on the basis of that potential conflict and impact, and the matter was taken to appeal, and the inspector allowed the application because they felt there was just a temporary, fleeting potential conflict in doing that between someone going through at that point, and due to that very sort of fleeting nature of it, they didn't feel that was such a harm that warranted refusal of the overall scheme. So it is a reason that the committee has looked at to refuse an application in the past, but we weren't successful in doing that.
One time we considered it because there was an absolute dogleg in the hallway, wasn't there? Colleagues probably remember this. So it went round a bathroom, right, left, right, and I believe it still was allowed. Did we refuse it and got allowed on appeal, or did we just I think so. Yeah, I thought I remember that. Yes, so we have rehearsed that one many times. It will be the planning inspectors who we kind of learn what is acceptable and what isn't. But good question. Okay, comments. If there's no other questions, Councillor Mason. Oh, sorry. I'll go Councillor Mason and then Councillor Candlish.
This looks like a standard Apple Core development, which, when you've looked at them, they are down to a good high standard. Obviously, the point which has been made, the difficulty of getting bicycles through to the back, is something which we are aware of, but there's very little we can do about it since we know what the planning inspector thinks of people bringing bicycles through kitchens. So I propose the officer's recommendation.
Thank you. Councillor Candlish. Oh, sorry, he was there first and I'll come to you. Yeah.
Should I steal Mary's thunder?
Yeah, go for it. That was the order.
No, my comments were going to be on the cycling one. As the Cabinet Member for Transport, I would say that, as everyone has said, we've explored this. We also need to understand this is one of the things that drives people in these types of property to choose to have the illegal street scooters, because those do fit in corridors and are easier to carry through, which is why we need some legislation to actually deal with that as an issue, and why we also provide the VOI ones from the street to try to give people who can't use a bicycle, don't have the money for a car and still need to get around the city an option. So these things are kind of thought through. Second thing I wanted to pick up was on something the applicant said, which is something as a committee we should think about some more sometimes. I'm really glad to hear that more and more the applicants are actually talking about the fact that they're upgrading things like sound insulation in properties so people understand that is a genuine improvement to the housing stock. We can have arguments about what happens there inside, but that is a genuine positive thing. And also the solar installation and the achievement of rating B on an EPC, that bluntly means lower bills for all the people who are going to live in that property going forward. So without rehearsing all the other arguments, I'm happy. No, I'm going to let Councillor Vallely second.
Okay, Councillor Vallely. Okay, so you're seconding, officially seconding. Any other comments from anyone? Before we go to the vote, I just want to pick up on what Councillor Candice said and just to thank the applicant for a really strong deputation where I think it very much came across around the commitment for driving standards very high and passing off a kind of ethical business case. It very much came across. We have a lot of these, and whilst I don't always agree with the designs of lowering the ceilings, although that was an interesting information that we had, you know, there's no doubt about from your deputation that you want this to be really high quality HMO. So thank you very much for doing that. Okay. So we go to a vote. We've only got one proposal in front of us. That's to move officers' recommendations for conditional permission, proposed by Councillor Mason, seconded by Councillor Vallely. All those in favour? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All those against? None. All those abstaining? 3. Thank you very much, in which case planning permission is granted. Okay, we'll keep moving on. The next one is item 9, and it is 41 Lawrence Road, and I think it's before the committee because it's a councillor who's applying. So it's standard, for those people who knew, it's standard procedure that if it's a councillor, then it comes to committee. Okay, over to you then, David.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Yes, you just clarified that ordinarily we wouldn't be dealing with an application for the householder scheme with no objections to it, but the applicant is Councillor Garada. So the proposal is for dormer windows to the rear roof slopes of the property. And so just looking at the location there, so on Lawrence Road, north of the Albert Road Junction, on the western side of the road. Oh, if you just flick back. You may not quite be able to make out, but on the right-hand side on the aerial photos, you can see that some of the properties have sort of in effect look like they've got two different colour roofs because they've got a sort of a grey, dark grey colour and then a lighter roof beyond. So those are properties adjacent and 2 doors down to the south that already have loft conversions on them. So this is property in the street scene, very typical of the housing stock in the area, mid-terrace Victorian two-storey property. Existing layout, again, very straightforward with the rear projecting wing and the light well. Moving on to the existing elevations, you can see the adjacent property's dormer poking up above the rear wing and on the right-hand side there. So proposals leave the ground and first floors intact, and then the dormer will be added to the rear on the main roof and then on the subservient rear wing. Roof lights added to the front. Creates 2 bedrooms with an ensuite. And just you'll see there's a proposed condition for an obscure glazed window. That's just a small window which is on the side there. We're satisfied that can be obscure glazed because we've still got an outlook from the end elevation which can be clear glazed and give appropriate outlook and light for an occupier. And then that's the extensions. It's actually split level, so you set down within the floor plan, but viewed from the street, you won't be able to see the extensions at all, apart from the new roof lights, which don't need planning permission. I would just add it needs planning permission just because it's very slightly over the volume limitations under permitted development. So that's the cross-section through, so you see how you step down, and you have the head height, and then an axiometric just to show how it sits on the roof and sits adjacent to the neighbouring property's dormer. And then just a couple of views from the back. On the right-hand side, if you look just to the left of the tree trunk, you can sort of see the outline of the dormer a couple of doors down. So, Chair, having looked at the scheme, similar alteration to many others in the area, satisfied with its design and impact, and in terms of planning permission, we're happy to recommend it for approval.
Thank you. There's no deputations on this. Questions? I just got a question, not about, I mean, in principle about this. I don't think we've seen many of these dormer applications where they step down. Is there a reason? Is it to mirror the neighbours, or is it just? Is there any particularly planning reasons for it? Not thinking of. So
it's a combination of, unlike the last example you've seen, where they're going to take the whole internals out, they're leaving that ceiling height in. So you've got a traditional, much higher ceiling height. They still need to meet building regs. But as you come down into the back, you've actually got a lower roof slope, which you see on the right-hand side. So it's actually just transitioning between the two levels internal within the building, basically. The rear wing is set down, further down.
Thank you. Any other questions? Any comments? Well, I'm happy to propose to move officer's recommendation for approval. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Candlish. Okay, so we have that proposal in front of us. All those in favour? Unanimous. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 of us left. That is planning permission is granted. Which brings us to the end of that very long meeting. So for those of you who've done it for the first time, well done. They're not usually longer than this, but I can't promise. Thank you, everyone. And yeah, it brings us to the end of the meeting. Thank you.